Norwich listserv, and they are also available on the town website under the Select Board tab. Our agenda tonight is full as usual. Board members and the public attendees are asked to focus all remarks so that we can understand the concerns expressed in the most time and efficient manner. If someone has already expressed a concern or opinion, please feel free to be recognized by the chair for the limited purpose of concurring with that person. Board members must remember Norwich listserv, and they are also available on the town website under the Select Board tab. Our agenda tonight is full as usual. Board members and the public attendees are asked to focus all remarks so that we can understand the concerns expressed in the most time and efficient manner. If someone has already expressed a concern or opinion, please feel free to be recognized by the chair for the limited purpose of concurring with that person. Board members must remember Norwich listserv, and they are also available on the town website under the Select Board tab. Our agenda tonight is full as usual. Board members and the public attendees are asked to focus all remarks and to understand the concerns expressed in the most time and efficient manner. If someone has already expressed a concern or opinion, please feel free to be recognized by the chair for the limited purpose of concurring with that person. Board members must remember Norwich listserv, and they are also available on the town website. Select board members, our agenda tonight is full as usual. Board members and the public attendees are asked to focus all remarks and by way of housekeeping, I would express in the most time and efficient manner. If someone has already expressed a concern or opinion, please feel free to already act to promote chair for the limited purpose of concurring with that person. Board members must remember Norwich listserv, and they are also available consistent with our financial policies for town website. Select board members, our agenda tonight is full as usual. Board members and the public attendees are asked to focus all remarks and by way of housekeeping, I would express in the most time and efficient manner. If someone has already expressed a concern or opinion consistent with our financial policies for town website. Select board members, our agenda tonight is full as usual. Board members and the public attendees are asked to focus all remarks and by way of housekeeping, I would express in the most time and efficient manner. If someone has already expressed a concern or opinion consistent with our financial policies for town website. Select board members, our agenda tonight is full as usual. Board members and the public attendees are asked to focus all remarks and by way of housekeeping, if someone has already expressed a concern or accommodate our guests with our financial policies for town website. Select board members, our agenda tonight is full as usual. Board members and the public attendees are asked to focus all remarks and by way of housekeeping, if someone has already joined me, accommodate our guests with our financial policies for town website. Select board members, our agenda tonight is full as usual.
Everybody can hear me all right. Go ahead and try to share my screen here. Hopefully, I'll be able to see the slides. Okay, is that showing up all right? I think everybody can hear me all right. Go ahead and try to share my screen. Hopefully, I'll be able to see the slides. Okay, is that showing up all right? I think everybody can hear me all right. Go ahead and try to share my screen. Hopefully, I'll be able to see the slides. Okay, is that showing up all right? I think everybody can hear me all right. Go ahead and try to share my screen. Hopefully, I'll be able to see the slides. Okay, is that showing up all right? I think everybody can hear me all right. Go ahead and try to share my screen. Hopefully, I'll be able to see the slides. Are we good to go? Can you see the slide? Okay, is that showing up all right? Good evening, everybody. My name is Sarah Wraight. I'm a senior planner with the Two Rivers Adequacy Regional Commission. And I was asked by the board today to give sort of an overview of ARPA and regulations. Are we good to go? Can you see the slide? For all of the towns. Okay, is that showing up? Good evening, everybody. My name is Sarah Wraight, and I support towns with answering questions about regulations. And I was asked by the board today to request assistance and community engagement around ARPA issues and regulations projects. Are we good to go? Can you see the slide? So all of the towns, is that showing up to everybody what our rates, and I see we're towns have answered by you, the regulatory landscape as it is, engagement around issues, recommendation that is all of our municipalities. So, and then we'll have some time. I know we also is that showing up to everybody what our rates, and I see we're towns have answered by you, these funds have the regulatory landscape to all of the engagement around our region. Norwich Selectboard is just doing all of our dollars. So, probably just shy of the between the ones to like work through all of the engagement around our region. Supplemental allocation is just doing all of our dollars. I believe there was other areas. Probably just shy of that they decided not to take their award, and so their funds were redistributed to other towns. So that dollar amount is just a little bit lower than it should be, but nevertheless, Norwich has over $1 million to work with, and that money is already fully deposited into your accounts. In terms of the regulations that U.S. Treasury has put on these funds, ARPA dollars can be used for eligible costs, and I'll talk about those in a minute, that have been incurred since March 3rd of 2021. So there's a strict start clock to that cost eligibility. You have to obligate all of your funding by the end of calendar year 2024. And by obligation, what we really mean is a formal written commitment to spend those funds that requires payment, right? So that can be a contract, that could be a subaward or a grant agreement, a sub-grant agreement in this case. Or it could also be in the case of, for example, if you were to use your money to pay off staff salaries for the town, that would be perhaps a resolution by select board making that commitment to spend those funds for that purpose. All the funds have to be expended by end of calendar year 2026, and any funds that are not used up by that date will be returned to Treasury. So we are facing some strict timelines there. We're going to talk more about those timelines in a minute. Now, in terms of what Treasury says you can use this money for, there are really 4 broad umbrella categories, but ultimately the only one that we're going to focus on is lost revenue, because what happened was Treasury was looking at, if any of you have read over the final rule for ARPA, it's very long, it's very complicated, and Treasury recognized that for small communities like the ones in our region across America, really the 4 categories didn't really make sense, and they sought a way to streamline both expenditure and reporting for ARPA as much as possible for small communities. And they did that by making lost revenue really kind of a catch-all category that had the maximum flexibility for use of funds and could be used by small communities for that purpose. So, all of the municipalities in our region decided, and this includes Norwich, decided last year to really take that option that Treasury was giving them to maximize the flexibility in use of their funds. And they said, okay, Treasury was telling us, all right, well, if you declare that you are using your funds for local revenue, then we should basically know what amount of money you lost as a result of the COVID pandemic, right? And so when ARPA was first being rolled out, Treasury said, okay, well, you have to go through this complicated formula to calculate exactly how much money you lost as a result of COVID. And then they realized that was giving everybody a headache. So they said, you know what, we're just going to make the assumption, we're going to create a standard allowance that every community in America, that includes villages and tiny little towns like ours, lost $10 million as a result of COVID. That's just a standard block that we're going to set. And they said that if you would like to use some of your ARPA funds as revenue replacement within that broad catch-all category, you can claim up to $10 million of your award as revenue replacement. Now, for all the towns in our region, the awards were under 10 million. So that meant that the entirety of your award could fit into that catch-all category of revenue replacement. And that's what the municipalities in our region did with the guidance of VLCT, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns. All the municipalities said, okay, we're going to declare the entirety of our awards to be revenue replacement. So that's really flexible category. And that's going to reduce our reporting requirements moving forward into the future, and it's going to maximize how we can use them. Now, what does revenue replacement means? Revenue replacement basically means that you can use those funds for the provision of a government service that's provided by any government you can imagine in the United States, any state, county, local, village government, with a small set of exceptions that I'm going to talk about in a little bit. But basically, it is a catch-all category, and it's not limited to the services that your community has provided in the past, right? So let's say, for example, that you wanted to do a business grant program. You could do that because there are states around the country that have done and will be doing in the future that kind of a business grant program, right? Even though your community hasn't, your town hasn't done that in the past, doesn't mean you can't do that under ARPA. So again, this really is a huge wide open envelope as to what you can do with your money. Just because you declared your funds as being used for revenue replacement doesn't mean that you can't use it for these other categories that I mentioned earlier that are technically in ARPA's regulations as eligible uses. So you can use it under revenue replacement. You can use your funds to pay for pandemic response. You can do premium pay for essential workers. You can pay for water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. So you're not limiting your options, you're expanding them. And you can also use money under the revenue replacement category to cover administrative expenses. So if you, for example, wanted to hire a grant administrator to help you administer these ARPA funds specifically, you could pay for their salary out of this pool of money, out of your ARPA funds. You could also pay for town staff time that is spent managing your ARPA grant and doing reporting and all the rest of that stuff. So that's excellent news. And there's no cap. Often you'll see sort of a percentage cap in grants that we get, often from the federal government included, as to how much of your money can be used to pay for administrative expenses. There is no such percentage cap. So that's a really great news for us. The other really exciting development around the revenue replacement category that really happened late last year, and this was yet another effort for Treasury to make it as easy as possible for small towns to use their money. They said, okay, well, if you took this standard allowance and you allocated your money as revenue replacement, the monies that you're going to spend under that revenue replacement category are not subject to federal procurement regulations. So that's awesome. That means that you don't need to worry about documenting competitive bids, et cetera, and making sure that you're following all of those provisions of uniform guidance. Really, the only regulations that you have to follow around procurement are your own local procurement policies. So that really makes things much more flexible for our towns. One of the things that I'd like to talk about with you this evening is really a strategy that's been blessed by the Vermont League of Cities and Towns legal team and their government finance experts. And it's a strategy that we're putting forward to all of the municipalities in our region, because we're recognizing that those timelines I mentioned earlier of obligating your funds by end of calendar year 2024 and expending your funds by end of calendar year 2026, those timelines are getting harder and harder to reach, especially if you haven't decided yet how you're going to spend your funding. So, and given the current world of contracting and the challenge of lining up contractors, especially for very large infrastructure projects, many of the towns in our region are starting to realize, okay, we need to take an alternative approach to making sure that we can keep our money and not lose it and have to turn it back to Treasury at the end of calendar year 2026. So a strategy for doing that is as follows. What we're encouraging towns to consider is you can take your federal ARPA funds and you can use them to pay off line items, eligible line items of your annual operating budget. And by doing that, you would then free up those dollars that were from your original general funds that were allocated to those line items. And that puts those local dollars, symbolized by the blue color here on your screen, and you can take those dollars and put them into a separate account, and that becomes a local surplus. But when you do that, when you supplant those annual operating budget expenditures, you're basically converting your ARPA dollars from federal character to local character, because those local surplus dollars are no longer bound by the federal timelines. They are no longer bound by any federal regulations, including the ARPA final rule. They're considered local. So this is a strategy for you to be able to meet those federal deadlines under ARPA, but give yourself even more flexibility to spend your ARPA dollars on your own timeline and on your own terms. Now, if you're going to take this strategy, there's a number of things that we want you to keep in mind. The local surplus dollars that you're generating, remember, you're converting from federal to local character, even though they're no longer subject to federal regulations, because they are a local surplus, you do have to follow your local policies for disposition of local surplus funds, right? So, and that looks different from town to town. And there has been a misconception over the years, and I've been talking with a lot of people in our region over the past 9 months or so about this. There's been a misconception that there's some sort of state mandate that says you have to have a town meeting day vote for how to spend your local surplus. There is no such mandate from the state to have that kind of a decision-making process. Really, what you need to look to are your local policies and procedures that are already on your books about how you deal with local surplus dollars. And that, again, is different from town to town. The other thing I want folks to keep in mind is that there's another misconception out there that is grounded in actual statute, which recently changed. That, okay, let's say we take our federal ARPA dollars and we pay off our parts of our highway budget. There's been this concern that, oh, well, the local surplus that's generated, that then has to be used on highway projects. That's not the case. And the reason why that's not the case is because in the last legislative session, the legislature effectively removed the firewall between the highway budget and the general operating budget. And so if you decide to spend your ARPA dollars on highway budget items and you create a local surplus with those highway dollars that would have been spent from your highway budget, you can spend those local surplus dollars on anything you want. It's not restricted to highway projects. The other thing that's really important to keep in mind is that when you are selecting items from your annual operating budget to pay off using your ARPA dollars, you need to make sure that you are selecting items that are eligible to be paid for using ARPA funds, right? So you have to make sure that you're following ARPA regulations and steering clear of the prohibited categories under ARPA funds, which I'm going to talk about in just a minute. And then the last thing here to really think about in terms of this strategy, which a number of towns have already taken and a number of towns are currently in the process of implementing, is that you need to document everything really clearly, right? So make sure that you've got everything in order in your ledger and perhaps put together a spreadsheet showing exactly how the money is flowing, right? And I believe that Joyce from the town has, before she left, already contacted VLCT because they are offering tailored accounting guidance to towns, because every town's accounting system is a little different, to make sure that there's not going to be any red flags for auditors as a result of taking this strategy. So what are the categories that you need to avoid when you're picking out line items from your operating budget, or if you're not going to take that strategy of converting to local dollars, just in general, what do you need to avoid spending ARPA dollars on? So Treasury says you cannot spend ARPA dollars on extraordinary contributions to pension funds. So that means anything above and beyond what you would normally be paying in a regular paycheck to town staff. Some cities across America, for example, have accrued debt in their pension funds that they would love to pay off. Treasury says you can't do that. You can only pay pension amounts in the quantity that you would normally be paying for a typical paycheck. You're not allowed to squirrel ARPA funds away into rainy day funds or other reserve funds. You're not allowed to use ARPA funds to service debt. And that is regardless of when the debt was incurred. That can be a construction loan that you're paying off from 10 years ago, or it can be debt that you plan on starting tomorrow. ARPA, Treasury says very clearly, no ARPA funds can be used to make debt payments or to pay off fees associated with debt, etc. Treasury says that you should not be using ARPA funds that in ways that undermine the CDC's efforts to stop the spread of COVID-19. Now that the emergency has officially been ended, I don't know that that's necessarily such a strong guideline from Treasury, but the kinds of examples that they gave in the past were, don't use your ARPA funds to build a prison, for example, where you're bringing people in close contact with each other, et cetera. Also, Treasury says that you're not supposed to be using ARPA funds to satisfy court judgments, et cetera. So, for example, if you ran afoul of a state agency and you incurred a number of fees or fines, you, in most cases, are not able to use your ARPA dollars to make yourself whole for those expenses. However, there are certain exceptions. We were able to, for example, assist one of our towns who had some emergency expenses and some fines that came as a result of a court judgment, and we were able to assist them. So if you find yourself in that position, reach out to me and we can dig through all the minutia of the final rule together and figure something out. And then, of course, you do have to abide by all of their federal, state, and local laws when using your ARPA dollars. Now, all that said, it is important to note that, if you're going to take that strategy, as I mentioned earlier, where you are converting your ARPA dollars from federal to local character, once they become local surplus, you no longer have any restrictions on what you can spend those dollars on from Treasury's perspective, right? So these prohibited categories go away. As well as the federal timelines. So that was a very quick sort of whirlwind tour to the world of ARPA regulations. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen at this point, and I'm happy to take any questions that folks might have about ARPA regulations or about, thinking moving forward and the town's plan for community engagement and all the rest of that.
Thank you, Sarah. Board members, does anyone have a question? Yeah.
We received a memo in the packet from the interim finance director suggesting that we backdate the obligation of these funds to the first, second, and third quarters of this fiscal year. Is that allowable?
Sarah?
Yes, so that certainly is allowable. Remember that you can spend your ARPA dollars on government services that happened after March 3rd of 2021. So you've got that. Certainly you're within the legal time frame. In terms of what that actually looks like in your ledger, I would follow VLCT's guidance for how that gets expressed in the different line items in your accounting.
Thank you. Follow up, Roger.
Sorry, is there so would the board's normal budgetary process satisfy a public engagement process, and is there any required public engagement process in the ARPA funds? So I guess maybe reverse that question. So like, is there a required public engagement process, and if so, would the board's operational budget conversations satisfy that public engagement process?
Right. So Treasury is very vague on what kind of engagement should be undertaken with ARPA dollars. And the really what they say is just you should be doing some community engagement to determine how you're going to spend those funds. And that's really it. So different towns have taken different approaches to that. Some have been very involved and some have been very sort of simplistic because for example, they decided, all right, well, we've already developed a capital budget plan. We had a public process around that. The community came to consensus on this is what we need to spend money on. So we're just going to implement that capital budget plan using our ARPA dollars. So to answer your question, your normal budgeting community engagement process would certainly meet Treasury's requirements for the use of ARPA dollars.
Thanks. I don't see you anymore, but thank you. I appreciate you.
Anyone else? Sarah, I have a question about the obligation deadline and the expenditure deadline. How does that relate to using the local option? if at all.
Right. So the idea here is if you were going to take this strategy where you are converting from federal to local character, you would want to pay off portions of your operating budget before end of calendar year 2026. And you would need to make sure that select board obligated the funds for those purposes before end of calendar year 2024. Does that help?
It does. Brennan, did you have a question?
No, I was just gonna suggest to point that Joyce Hasbrook had a conversation with the folks at VLCT who gave her the guidance that using the payroll from the first 3 quarters, which is what she mentions in the memo, would be an appropriate use. So depending on the appetite of the board, if we wanted to, basically approve that strategy tonight, we could be ready to do that in the near future. If you needed more time to think about this, we could also come back to another meeting in the future. That was the purpose of Joyce's memo tonight, though.
Thank you. Sarah, I also wanted to ask, can you give examples of how you've helped other communities with their public engagement?
Certainly. So I've talked to most of the municipalities in our region around ARPA stuff generally, and I've made the offer to everybody to say, if you need assistance with community engagement, feel free to reach out to me. A handful of towns have come and asked for sort of general guidance like we're talking about now. Some of them have said, well, we want to do a survey. Can you give me some suggestions of how we could put a survey together or some examples from other communities? And so I've assisted with those conversations. And then some folks have said, well, can you actually come help us facilitate some community dialogues about how to use these funds? And so I've helped some towns with that process as well. And typically, the way that I propose to select boards approaching those conversations is to have a 1 or a 2 meeting format and to really have a community conversation around the criteria that would be used to evaluate project ideas, right? Because if we can come to some agreement around how we're going to decide what projects should be selected or not selected, then that's a more productive conversation than just listening to the person who's shouting the loudest in the room for their particular project idea, right? So we try to have some conversation around, okay, how do we structure these conversations and how do we make sure that the values of the community are being expressed in these selection processes, however the towns want to go about doing that. And some towns will take this approach where they'll say, okay, we want to basically ask community for ideas for the entirety of the award. So basically the entire award is up for grabs and we're just going to put it out to community and say, what projects do you want to do with this money? Some towns have said, we've already established a number of projects that we know need to be funded. These are critical infrastructure needs, for example. So we're going to reserve, let's say, and this is just, me pulling a number out of a hat, 50% of our award for those critical projects. And then the rest of the award, we will consider up for grabs through a community decision-making process. Some towns have established a ARPA committee to sort of take the project ideas that have come in from towns and to evaluate those according to the criteria that the community has agreed upon. I have not been part of any of those, and I don't actually have the capacity to be part of those in-depth sort of committee meetings. But I am available to assist with sort of thinking about broader community conversations. Does that help, Marcia?
That helps, thank you. Roger.
Sarah, what are the requirements should the town look to partner with a nonprofit agency? So let's say if the town had an appetite to build an affordable housing project and wanted to partner with a nonprofit organization, what would be the criteria or eligibility? What should we know about that? I guess that'd be my question.
Yeah, so if you were to take the strategy where you're converting from federal to local character, then you really don't have to worry about any sort of federal regulations impacting your process for partnering with that organization, because again, they're your local dollars. That's great. If you're going to use your dollars as federal dollars and pay them towards a project, for example, that you're working with with a local nonprofit partner, the good news here is that under prior iterations of Treasury guidance, it would have been more complicated. But now Treasury has said, okay, for folks who are using all their award as revenue replacement, and Norwich is in that camp, none of your award is going to fall into the sub-award category, which means that you can just go ahead and consider your payment toward that project or your grant to a nonprofit organization as a government service, and you have very minimal reporting requirements associated with that payment. So either way, if you use your ARPA dollars directly as federal dollars, or if you convert them and make them into local dollars, you have freedom to do that work as you please.
Sarah, you were going to talk about some limited exceptions in that regard about government, I think.
I think maybe what we're thinking of are the, I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen here. So there are,
Okay.
This is the list of expenses that you cannot use your ARPA dollars as federal dollars on, right? So this is the avoid list, the prohibited categories list.
Okay.
If you convert them to local dollars, then you no longer have to worry about those prohibitions.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Does anyone in the audience have a question? Anyone remotely? Pam?
At our last meeting, our treasurer mentioned the possibility of investing some of our funds. Would it be prohibited to place those funds in a CD to earn some interest on them until they are obligated? Would that be allowed?
Sarah?
So if you are going to keep them as federal dollars, you are allowed to earn interest on your award and keep that interest up until the point of expenditure. I would be very careful to make sure that you are not putting it in a rainy day fund, and that the select board is very clearly documenting that these funds are going to be used for purposes other than staying in that fund forever, right? But if the select board does take this strategy where they say, okay, we're going to pay off, for example, salaries and benefits for the first 3 quarters of the year, and that's going to create this surplus, then all bets are off. You're welcome to use those dollars as you please. If it comports with your local surplus disposition policies.
Thank you. I think that does it. We really appreciate your time, Sarah. And we be in touch.
Happy to help. Yep, please reach out. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you very much. Good night. TRORC is a great help. All right, we are now on to the the 4th section here of our agenda is minutes. And so we are at the approval of minutes. Does anyone have any comments about the minutes before we could take a motion to accept them and then have a discussion? Anyone? Pam?
I did submit a request for a correction, and I believe there was another one submitted by Cheryl Lindbergh. So I would move to accept the minutes with the corrections requested.
Can we do those separately, because they're 2 different requests, I think. So
You're not, I'm not understanding, we're not incorporating these requested corrections?
No, I'm saying you made a request and Cheryl made a request, so there's two different requests.
Right, and what I'm saying is I am moving to approve the Wednesday, April 26, 2023 minutes, including the corrections that were requested.
Okay. Do we have a second? I'll second. Do we have any conversation, discussion?
I would just.
Roger.
Yeah, so I would just like the corrections to maybe stop. I don't think that they're corrections so much as requests for particular nuance or, you know, certain arguments being further emphasized. It'll be the only time that I ask for that. I would request that we be more discerning with what we look to correct, because I believe that they are in fact not corrections.
I think they're glaring omissions.
Well, I looked up the statute about minutes, and in fact, it says minutes shall cover all topics and motions that arise at the meeting and give a true indication of the business of the meeting. Minimal information would include all members of the public body present, all other active participants, motions, proposals, and resolutions made, offered, and considered, and what disposition is made of the same, and the results of any votes with a record of the individual vote of each member if a roll call is taken. I think in the past, what our board has endeavored to do is to capture those requirements rather than making a verbatim record, because that's very difficult to do. And so I think that the request that you made, Pam, was after the welcome remarks. It wasn't part of the business of the meeting. So I think that's a different issue than the one that Cheryl presents, which I think is, she makes an accurate point that I think what we agreed was that it would be her presentation about the financial options was 6.5, I think.
My comments were made in regard to the financial statements. You asked if we had any questions. Those were my questions and concerns.
Okay. So given that, I think we do need to figure out how we're going to deal with minutes. One way to think about this is that we're making a record, and so what you included is now part of the record. It's written. But we have a motion on the table, so shall we call the question?
Restate the motion, please.
Oh, Pam?
The motion is to approve the minutes of Wednesday, April 26, 2023, with the corrections requested by myself and Cheryl Lindbergh. Those corrections were in the packet. And so I am making a motion to accept the minutes with those corrections.
Is it 24th or the 26th?
26, April 26.
On this it says 24th.
So
On the motion sheet, it says 24th.
The minutes say 26.
That's the 26th.
So just like my final, so like I'm happy to sort of vote in favor of this, but I think, you know, we've all heard sort of how I feel generally. I think if there's a difference between a correction of an error and a request for nuance or certain arguments being made more visible. My votes will reflect how I feel about that going forward. That's just what I'll say. But for now, I'm done. Thank you.
Mary?
I think the minutes are not a transcript. I'm willing to approve this tonight. I'm thinking in future motions, if there are corrections, we might want to identify what corrections might be and what the purpose is, you know, to really parse that a little better. So we can't have minutes that are like a transcript. So I think any one of us might think that our whatever we say, that our evidence that we present is most important, but you have to have a concise record. So
I think the other problem here is that, you know, Pam is finding problems with the, basically with the classification of things, which is being worked on by the finance office. And to the extent that you want a way to record those and make sure that they're noticed to people, I think that's the problem. That we need to have a way that that's done so that, we can keep our minutes as clean as possible in terms of what were the actions, what was on the agenda, what were the actions taken. And then simultaneously figure out how we're going to make sure that the things that you are worried about get noticed to the town manager so that they can filter down to the finance office. I think that the finance office is right now, we don't have much of a finance office because we're without a director, but we are trying to fill that position, and everybody has agreed that there's reclassification needs to happen, and the audit pointed that out clearly. So I think it's kind of two different things, and that's why I'm uncomfortable with changing the minutes to reflect those concerns, because I think they have to come in another way. But the conflation of the two corrections is troublesome because Cheryl's is, we did say that would be 6.5 rather than 5.5. And before I stopped talking, it was the 26th.
Okay.
I mean, the 24th.
Was the 24th?
The 24th is the meeting.
Yeah.
So,
I thought it was the 26th too.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a correction that needs to be made to the minutes.
That is. Mary.
I'm wondering, I know Pam is very diligent. She's noticing things that she, about classification. If you put in a memo, it's also a chance to expand a little bit more to include more of the elements. It's still recorded in the packet so that the voters can notice, and it still goes to the town manager. So that might actually be a pretty good way to convey what you're saying and what you're concerned about.
Okay, as long as it doesn't get lost, that's my concern.
Right. Right.
And my thinking was if it's in the minutes, it does not get lost, it becomes a permanent record. But if that you want to do it a different way, as long as we all understand that, it's not going to be lost, it's not going to just be part of a packet that becomes a part of the archive, and no one goes back and pays any attention to it, then, I'm fine with that.
Well, I think the memo would have to be passed to the finance office, obviously, to be, part of their work. And it's not going to happen automatically or immediately for lots of reasons, because it's part of an ongoing process that's going to happen when a person gets hired.
But in the meantime, we're making financial decisions based on information that's not accurate.
Well, we're making financial decisions based on the money that we have budgeted. And I think the fact that we may have classified Band-Aids as paper clips, I'm just making, it's going to get washed out in the audit, which is what happened with the last audit and the reclassification that was going on then.
We paid a lot of extra money to have the auditors fix the finance statements that were in such disarray. And I don't want to see us in that position again.
And that's what we're trying to do by hiring a person who knows that she needs to do that. And Joyce will be back.
So does the motion need to be corrected in light of?
The date.
Yes.
Or I will withdraw my motion.
I was looking at that. I apologize.
Okay.
Excuse us.
Okay. So Pam just withdrew.
I will withdraw my motion.
And Ralph, I'm so sorry. It was the 26th.
April 26th, May 24th is the next.
So what was the date of the motion?
I withdrew the motion.
Okay, the meeting date was the 26th, Wednesday, the 26th of April. As it was originally stated in the motion sheet.
Okay, so can we take some action on Cheryl's correction, which I think is a factual correction based on the addition of her piece of information that we added to the agenda at the last meeting?
And looking at the motion sheet, that would be stated as proposed amendment regarding added agenda item 6.5, that's the Lindbergh.
Yes, do you make that motion, Mary?
Yeah, I'm gonna modify slightly. Okay, I move to approve the minutes of April 26, 2023 with the proposed amendment by Shirley Lindbergh regarding added agenda item 6.5.
A second.
Thank you, Roger. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. We're now at correspondence. Consistent with our correspondence policy, I will mention each piece of correspondence to determine what, if any, action is required. The first thing is Brennan Klassen and Amy Stringer both wrote on noise ordinances for gasoline-powered leaf blowers. And Brendan included an interesting article about a study of lawn equipment. I looked at our noise ordinance and also the ordinances for Woodstock and Hanover. I would note that Norwich does not address leaf blowing, but does regulate decibels of noise between certain hours, and also speaks to air pollution, which cannot, quote, adversely affect public health or be considered offensive in a particular location by a reasonable person. So it's a bit vague. Woodstock and Hanover actually make express exceptions for lawn mowing and between certain hours. So on the face of it, there appear to be two issues: noise related to lawn work and gasoline fueled machines. Without offering any comment on what's the right thing to do, it does seem like the Norwich ordinance is somewhat vague in terms of decibels and the adverse effect on public health and being offensive in particular locations to reasonable persons. Does the board think this topic should be a future agenda item or for potential review by the ordinance? I see that Brennan is here if he wants to speak to this. How would you like to proceed? Brendan, did you have any additional comments?
I could spend a couple of minutes if that's okay.
You're welcome to come to the magistrate. We ask simply that you identify, have a seat, pull up a chair. We ask that you just give your name and that you're a Norwich resident and proceed with whatever additional information you'd like to give us.
Great, thank you. So Brendan Klassen, property owner and resident, 39 Elm Street, Norwich, since 2 years ago, May 2021. So the issue I'd like to present today for consideration by the Select Board is the incipient noise levels generated by a certain class of property maintenance equipment. The concern is primarily gas-powered leaf blowers. It is not explicitly not about lawnmowers, rollers, and trimmers. It's specifically restricted to one class of lawn maintenance equipment, essentially leaf blowers. Far from being a parochial and introspective issue, this is a nationwide problem. It's been addressed in various jurisdictions and municipalities: Denver, Colorado, a statewide ban in California, Burlington, Vermont, and Washington, D.C. So this is a widespread problem that's been of profound concern to a number of communities. It is not simply a parochial local concern, it's something that's very important. And I feel that it's having an adverse impact on local residences, children, adults, businesses, and I think it's something that should be addressed. I'm not seeking a draconian ban on a certain class of equipment. I think the California statute, the ban enacted in California was largely environmental and sound-based, very draconian. I'm not advocating that that's a radical solution that's implemented here, but I'm asking the Select Board to consider potential options, maybe refining the definitions in the ordinance, the definition of temporary, The issue, that instance that caused my initial concern about 3 weeks ago, and I thank the select board for addressing this matter so quickly, is that there was a continuous landscaping operation expanding over 6 hours in our local area. And that's a very prolonged period of time that certainly does not fit the definition of temporary, as I see it in the local ordinance. So I'd be very respectful of the select board to reconsider perhaps the decibel levels, perhaps the definition of temporary. I'm very open to consultation and suggestions. I'm not advocating or demanding bans or prohibitions, but just a rational discussion and where we can reach a compromise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Board members? Mary? I kind of see both sides of it for people that are maintaining the property for several properties in Norwich. 6 hours over the course of a whole season is not a lot of hours. I personally don't like leaf blowers. I do not enjoy their loud noise. I just use a rake. And I think that a few leaves left around are good for the critters. So I kind of see both sides of it. I think there's a business perspective too for those who own, Airbnbs and so forth, that you don't want your guests to have an unpleasant experience. And I don't know if a discount or something like that would help. It's like, leaf blower season, it's April, it's where it's October, it's time to blow the leaves. There's something like that. I'm just trying to be a devil's advocate. So I have mixed feelings about it.
I can see both sides of it too, and actually, Brendan, I'm a neighbor here, sort of around the corner a little bit, so I heard that too, and I don't love leaf blowers, but I have a no mow May sign in my yard too, so what does that say? But I think we also should consider not just maybe the lawn maintenance people who have the leaf blowers, but their clients. Some of whom may say, I want you to get the leaves cleared off of here, and I don't want to pay for so many extra hours to have all you guys out there with rakes. So I think we need to consider that. I mean, across the street from me is the church. Usually you think churches are pretty good people, and we hope they're ecologically minded, and they got the leaf blower guys there too, I just think we need to consider not just the business owners and those of us whose hearing is being destroyed, but the clients who want that service and don't want to pay for something else. We should hear from them at least.
Well, I think we can't make decisions tonight, but what we can do is decide whether or not we want to review the ordinance. Just put it on an agenda, future agenda. Mary?
I think it would be worth it. I also think it would be worth talking about the environmental impact. Those small gasoline powered devices that they do pollute at a high rate, and we do have our energy goals, so there's that as well.
Roger?
I'd sooner have a conversation on the gray market that is created by Airbnbs and how we have a less than 1% of vacancy rate. So I'd sooner have a conversation about what it means to have a wealthy community with Airbnbs before I would take up an ordinance of decibels or lawn mowers. That's how I feel about ordinances that we should look to develop.
So, I do think we have a noise ordinance. We could just look at that. It seems to me we have a lot of policies and ordinances that need to be reviewed, and I'm not sure how we're going to get to all of them. But the question for today is, do we want to start that process?
For that particular ordinance.
Well, that one's been brought up. The financial policies are huge, and we're working on those. But I would like to see us be making progress in as many ways as we can. And as I've said many times, I think we're going to have to do a little bit of dividing and conquering. But
I'm just wondering, you're not suggesting that we review all town ordinances?
no,
Good.
there's over 100 pages of.
This one, I think this is a very interesting one because it's not It's just not just Airbnb owners, it's other people who don't enjoy the noise like me, and then it's people who really need to have every leaf blown off for whatever reason. And it does intersect with our energy, reducing energy goals, so I think it's an interesting one to take up.
Okay.
Is this something that we could refer to the Energy Committee and ask them to study it and come back with a recommendation?
It would be interesting to have their perspective, definitely. So let's put it on the agenda and we will,
So if I may, what are we putting on the agenda, revising the decibel level of the noise ordinance, or creating a programmatic opportunity for electric lawnmowers? What is the question before us?
The question before us is, do we want to look at the language of that noise ordinance and decide if it can be better written?
I would say that it's probably not the biggest priority before this board or this town.
No, but in terms
So I
of
would,
setting agenda, we've got a list.
so I would say not at present, to answer your question.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's something we could put in what used to be termed as the parking lot of things to discuss in the future. And if the Energy Committee is willing to take up this matter and study it and come back with a recommendation, when they come back with a recommendation, that might be the time that we try to find space on the agenda for it.
Okay, so we will put it on as an agenda item. It won't be immediately, but we are going to, and we also have committee work that we need to be doing and be looking at committees seriously and how they're working together. So I think that'll be part and parcel. Okay. So, yes, Heidi, did you want to come up?
Yeah. I just want
Just state your name and that you're a resident.
Heidi Klassen, resident of Norwich. I just wanted to respectfully rebut your comment about the Airbnb. I totally get where you're coming from. I've heard the argument before, but I ask that you not paint us all with the same brush, because I actually am very sensitive to the housing situation and the lack of inventory. I attended recently a seminar or workshop online for ADUs, how to create an accessory dwelling unit in my home, what is now just a part of my home, which is our Airbnb. And I have to consult my notes, but we're not at all eligible to do that. We do not have a kitchen, do not have a semi-private entrance, and there were other things. So in our case, I have looked into it, and I'm totally sensitive to that argument. However, we do not qualify. I housed a student, we housed a student just over a year ago who was a semester student, worked out that she didn't need a kitchen. Be happy to do that again. But we are all not like that, and we do pay Vermont state occupancy taxes.
Well taken. Thank you. All right. So sorry, Stuart.
So Stuart Richards,
Come to
Norwich.
the table.
You want me to be closer?
Yes,
Okay.
people can't see you.
Okay, good thing. So just one point in the packet that goes out, and this is a little bit unrelated, but it would be most appreciated if the pages could actually be numbered. There's often references to the pages in the packet, but I never see the numbers in the packet. So if that's possible, that would be terrific.
Okay.
So the reference has been made to decibel level. I don't know how many people have a way to measure decibel level to see if there's confirmation. So there may be other ways to reflect what is an oversound. I just mentioned that. I don't have a decibel level measurement. I don't know how many of you folks have a way to measure decibels, but what you've got there is something that nobody can use, as far as I can tell. So thank you.
That's also a good point. Thank you. Yes, Jeff.
Yeah, just quickly, Jeff Goodrich, resident of Norwich. The zoning decibel question is a zoning question. So to the extent the select board has a concern about decibels, then I would suggest that the question should be referred to the planning commission, which should eventually take up zoning and subdivision regulation considerations.
Thank you. All good points being brought up. All right, the next piece of correspondence was from Jeff Lubell, who submitted a set of principles that around 95 residents have signed up for, requesting no town action, as I understand it. Did you want to speak to that?
Sure. Thank you. So I'm Jeff LaBelle, Spring Pond Road, and yeah. So my correspondence of April 22nd forwarded a set of principles endorsed by close to 100 Norwich residents that we hope will be a helpful touchstone for future civic engagement in Norwich. Principles really should not be controversial. We believe they are broadly shared by most Norwich residents, but by articulating them, we hope to encourage a constructive civil discourse and support an environment in which volunteers for public office, town staff, and residents participating in public discourse all feel respected and proud to participate in Norwich civic affairs. You're right, we're not requesting any formal action by the select board, but we did want you and the interim town manager to be aware of these efforts and would encourage you as individuals, along with members of the public, to join us in putting these principles into practice. We are a small town. We have significant challenges. We have infrastructure that needs investment. We have affordable housing that needs to be built. To meet these and other challenges, we really need to attract and retain high quality staff. We need a large body of committed volunteers to fill open positions. And we need informed residents to provide input and guidance. Given all the recent turnover in town staff, we think that now is the right time to rededicate all of us together in Norwich to create an environment in which staff and volunteers and community members all feel respected and supported. So I wanted to thank you for your service to the town. Thank you for considering these principles.
Thank you. As we all know, no town body should be curtailing any free speech or participation or imposing any personal choice of behavior on people. It's good to model these things and we hope that other people will follow, but we can't do any more than that. And the ACLU and the courts have been clear. So
that's why we're not asking you to take any formal action.
I know, I'm just telling the other people here who aren't lawyers.
No, I appreciate that. I also don't think you can legislate good behavior, good civic behavior. I think it's just something we all need to do. And I know you're struggling with recruitment. You know, I just think it's important for all of you to know that there's a large group of Norwich residents that really want to help create an environment that is really conducive to attracting the best quality staff, where people would say, we really would love to work here, and if we can be helpful, please let us know how we can help the town move forward.
Well, we're taking active steps and we've done quite a lot of work, which later on in the evening, you'll maybe see some of that. It'll be in the packet next week.
Great.
But I think this board is modeling that, and I think you will see, I hope, that we're moving in a positive direction.
That's great. That's great. I think it's just it's something we all need to do, the board, but also the citizens, also the town staff, and we yeah, glad to hear it. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next piece of course. Oh, sorry, come on up, Jeff.
Yeah, just one quick comment, Jeff Goodrich, resident again. I want to thank you, Marcia, for all the work that you've done to bring civility back to this community. I'm deeply grateful for your conduct and your actions.
Thank you.
Here, here.
Well, thank you very much. We're all working on this together. the whole town. Pam Smith next submitted a piece of correspondence. It was an email to the town manager about misclassification of entries in financial reporting. I think we've already talked about that today, and that work is ongoing. Anything you want to add to that, Pam? Okay. The Conservation Commission has submitted a piece of correspondence officially naming, to request that we officially name the Norwich Nature Area as the Milton Fry Nature Area. I'm not sure if we need to take action or put this on an agenda item at any point. I would even note that on page, somewhere in the packet, there is a license agreement between the town and the school. It's on page 83 of the packet.
Yeah.
And that specifically refers to the land as the Milton Fry Nature Area. So I think it's one of those things that while it may not have been officially blessed, thou art the Milton Fry Nature Area, it seems to be called that. And so is that something that we feel we need to take an official action on, or it already exists, or thoughts? Mary?
I'd like to know the Conservation Commission's concern about it, but why it was coming up.
Do we have any conservation members here? Hi, come on up.
Suzanne Leiter, I'm on the commission. I'm not part of the group that's been dealing with this, but I think it was being known by two different names. And so there was kind of a decision to try to have it be called this particular name.
Okay.
So that's just,
Google calls it the Norwich Nature Area
Yeah.
Trails. It has 5 stars and forward. So maybe we should update Google.
Maybe we should buy a song. What's
Linwood Andrews was here, but she had to go to a meeting of the Milk Fry Nature Area.
I mean, we can put it on as a future agenda item. I just didn't know if it merited an agenda item. Roger?
I mean, it could probably be discussed in the context of like a charge for that committee. I don't know anything about that committee, and maybe I'm not supposed to because it's a subcommittee of the Conservation Commission. But then I would say I don't know anything about the Conservation Commission's work on the subcommittee, which we should know because we make these appointments.
Yeah, the committee work it keeps coming round and round, and we're going to have to just sit down and deal with it.
Yeah, and I was particularly, I think there was an email exchange about signage. I would say that signage should be reviewed by staff as like a staff matter, not because I or we don't welcome the participation of the committee. It's just that I think signage should be reviewed and done by staff or.
As long as everybody's sure that that's the name.
Well, yeah, but well, I guess if we put it on a sign.
Well,
anyway.
The regulations.
So yes, so I would say it would be good to have a conversation in the context of like committee work in the spirit of like creating a vision, operating plan or vision for the town.
Okay.
To the extent that's our responsibility, or that, anyway, you get the gist.
They're asking for the name to be officially adopted. So let's put it on an agenda item, maybe try and do it in context with committee work and do it as soon as we can. Mary?
So our authority to name the area?
Well, you said that there's some signage ordinances or something, so we can look at
The
that.
signage ordinance is sort of how large is the sign for the placement, but I just don't know if it's our job to name this.
Well, we can name streets.
Well, it's not a street.
No, but it's bigger than a street. Priscilla?
Is there any issue with, like the deed or the title to the land, whether it's called this or that?
Well, again, in the packet, there are documents that are filed in the clerk's office that show it as Milton Fry Nature Area.
Yeah, I don't see what's the issue there.
Too bad we don't have a planner.
Well, let's also schedule that for future. Okay, next, correspondence. Let's see what we have. I'm losing my train here. All right, Cheryl Lindbergh sent a link for the Government Finance Officers Association regarding budget monitoring. If anyone has had a chance to read that, and there's anything the board wants to recommend in terms of changing this, again, maybe this should be a future agenda item, not changing it, but how we review our end of month reports and things like that. It might be something that we want to take up at some point in the future. So I'll just leave that with you. Stuart Richards is the next one who submits a concern about retaining our police force vis-a-vis equipment and COLA payments. Stuart, you're here. Did you want to make any comments about that?
Yes. At the risk of beating this to death, since I've already, Stuart Richards, since 83. Since
Don't get too comfortable.
I just want to keep him over here.
Stuart, I told you I couldn't see you, but I gotta hear you. I'm gonna be nice. I don't really want.
So my concern, I think, is expressed in the correspondence that I wrote, but I think it bears repetition, and hopefully are willing to listen. My correspondence is based on a number of conversations that I've had, not only with the police force people, but also with DPW. We've gone to great lengths to try and rebuild our police force. We've gone to great lengths to try and rebuild our DPW folks. And what I see happening is there's not, the way we're operating now is not conducive to keeping them. I mean, when they tell me that they tune into a select board meeting and it agitates them more and more, I take that pretty seriously, and I think that you folks should take it seriously also. If they're very concerned and they feel like their requests are not receiving a fair hearing and they're not being treated the way they would like to be treated, I don't ignore that. And that's the reason I wrote the letter. So I hope that you will keep that in mind when you have an executive session, when you are discussing these kinds of things. And what I'm trying to express is not my own personal view. It's what I've heard from actual numbers of DPW and police force people. So thank you for receiving the correspondence. Thank you for taking it seriously and hopefully acting in a way that will make these folks feel welcome and that they are being appreciated, because that's not what's happening now, unfortunately, at least from what I've heard. So thanks a bunch.
Thank you. As you know, there's an agenda item tonight for police requests, and beyond that, on behalf of the select board, I would like to address the questions that continue to arise about why the town of Norwich employees who are members of the New England Police Benevolent Association, called NEPBA or NEPBA bargaining unit, have not received bonus payments that were previously approved by the select board. On July 13, 2022, the select board approved bonuses for all town employees based on a 5% of an individual's base salary. The approved bonus has been referred to both as a COLA bonus and as a retention bonus. The town has been advised by its legal counsel that as a matter of labor law, an employer is not permitted to unilaterally provide compensation to members of a collective bargaining unit beyond what is outlined in a collective bargaining agreement. In other words, union consent is required. NEPBA did consent to the first quarterly payment of the 5% bonus, and that payment was issued in 2022. NEPBA has not consented to the second, third, or fourth quarterly bonus payments, and so the town remains unable at this time to make those bonus payments to bargaining unit members. The lack of such consent is the only reason payment has not been made to these valued town employees. The next thing on the agenda is, on the correspondence list, is from Cheryl Lindbergh regarding investment of town funds. That Cheryl has submitted some information which we may or may not want to consider in light of the information received from Sarah Wraight tonight about ARPA money options. I think we can table that discussion for a bit. And finally, John Fell sent in correspondence, which was too late for the packet, but it will be in the next meeting packet. And he had an issue surrounding the police request for long guns, which we will be discussing tonight. Unless there are any other comments, is there a motion to accept the correspondence? Oh.
Do we have correspondence from Joyce about the ARPA recommendation?
Is that in here?
Yes.
At the very
I think it was the first one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
Okay.
this one.
Oh, thank you very much. All right, and we did have correspondence from our interim finance director, Joyce Hasbrook, about creating a budget surplus with the ARPA money. And basically, she's recommending to make a motion to use the ARPA funds to create a surplus by covering the payroll and benefit expenses incurred in the first 3 quarters of fiscal year 23, being July 1, 22 to March 31, 23, using the police department, fire department spending first, and then other departments at the discretion of the town manager until we arrive at the total ARPA receipt money of 1 million. It's 25,000. It's over 1 million, whatever it is. And that's, anything more to be added?
No, I think as we heard in the prior presentation, this is an adopted method of basically freeing up that money. And I think it would be a good idea to have a motion tonight if the board is willing to do so, and then we can move forward with that.
Okay. It's not technically on the agenda. So do you think, well, the presentation was, I mean,
It does say motion is possible.
that's true, it does. Would someone like to make that motion?
I would, let's see. I move to use the ARPA funds to create a surplus by covering the payroll and benefit expenses incurred in the first 3 quarters of fiscal year 23, July 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 23, using the police department, fire department spending first, then the other departments at the discretion of the town manager, until we arrive at total ARPA receipt of $1,025,898.10.
Before we have a second, I would just mention, I wrote down the number that Sarah gave us, which was
Okay,
$1,019,038.83.
I could say, yeah.
But she said it's higher than that.
Okay,
And it probably includes some interest earned in the interim.
so we'll go with Joyce's.
Okay.
Do we have a second? No second? Priscilla, you're.
I'm
Thinking about it.
well, Joyce's memo was in a weird place in the packet. I'm finding it again.
You want a paper copy?
I got it, I found it.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a second by Roger. Priscilla, do you need time to think?
No, it's not.
Is it, we're opening up a discussion, so discussion by the board first, and we have some audience participation. Yeah,
I would like to see more detail. I'd like to see what the line items are going to be covered by this. I think this is too vague.
okay. Anyone else on the board for discussion?
I would say it's one way to create a, so as Brendan said, and as we heard, it's one way to create a surplus. I guess it's just a matter of whether or not this is the way we want to create that surplus, because how, even though it is creating a surplus, how you choose to spend the how you choose to make the surplus communicates the community's values, and you might want to create that surplus in other ways. Would be one argument.
When we get to police stuff, they have put together very carefully a series of requests for things, and they have identified funds from their unspent budget that would cover the things that they're asking for, and I wouldn't want us to take away that flexibility before we've even had their request presented to us. And I don't know if this would do that or not, but I don't want to do that to them.
Yeah, this is already incurred cost for payroll that we're talking about. So this has nothing to do with.
Okay, so it doesn't mess with their unspent funds.
So essentially what you do is you infuse that money into the big pot of money that we already have. And we say, we're using that bit to pay our salaries. And I'm told that we'll quickly come up to $1,025,000. And so then we end up with a surplus of what was voted in our budget. And that surplus is unrestricted in terms of the government requirements for use of ARPA monies. And we can then say, we're using our ARPA money for things that, we couldn't have afforded otherwise because it's now surplus. So to my mind, it doesn't really matter so much how we get that surplus, just that we get it, and we don't get close to the time when we lose the monies.
Right, I just feel so we pick on the police. I mean, we could have included the DPW or the rec department or something else.
Yeah, I'm not sure why maybe she thought there were more salaries.
Yeah.
It's more
more
money
More money to
More
be
people.
spent, because it's just, how do you find $1 million? America's first.
I also think if we do make the shift, we're still subject to our town regulations, so that whatever we come up with as an expenditure of that surplus would be, I think, subject to voter approval. I think that's important to remember, like it wouldn't just be there for, I think, with the public engagement process, and we probably have opinions, for instance, Tracy Hall, or infrastructure that we think we'd like to suggest. But I do think the voters need, according to our own rules, will have a say in approving anything that we come up with. That's how I see it working. I don't know.
Yeah.
What I heard Sarah say is that we have to account for this money and how we spend it. So if we're applying it to salaries, we have to show what salaries we applied it to. And the buck stops with this board. So I think this board needs to get a proposal from the interim town manager on where those monies will be applied, so that we have a clear understanding of what is happening with this money. How is it being spent? And I think just saying, well, we'll just, put it in the hands of someone who's an interim, not even, a permanent town manager, is something that I'm not willing to do.
Well, the interim town manager has the authority to do the things that he's doing, which includes overseeing payroll. And all we do, I think Joyce was following direction from you and gave you the information saying, if you put all of this together, you come up with $1 million.
I would just like more specificity.
I'm not sure really what else we could tell you other than it would be coming out of the previously paid payroll for different departments of.
How about a line item description by department?
Well,
That's what
they
I'm
could give you a
focusing.
list of salaries. We paid $500,000 in salaries to this department, $500,000 to this department. That do it? Yes.
I think the idea is you have already seen this, or it's already been expended in the first 3 quarters. So if you want, I can understand how you don't have the documentation in front of you now because you didn't know that we were necessarily here to take action on that. But I think the point is, it's already been done. We're creating the surplus of the first 3 quarters.
We paid the money.
We paid it, so we're applying to retroactively what we're allowed to do to create that surplus. I think the only thing is the only point to consider, I think, is a more intellectual or academic exercise to say, like, do you want to create a surplus with salaries instead of, you know, one of the other line items in an operating budget? But I think this is purely, I agree, it's purely administrative, as Marcia was saying, in some ways.
Jeff, let's just make a comment.
Yeah, Jeff LaBelle, Spring Pond Road. So if I understand what you're doing, you're proposing to essentially obligate the federal money right here with this motion.
That's not true.
Okay, why is it not true?
What we're doing is taking that money, putting it into the budget money, the big pot of money. And then it's getting washed, basically. And it's going to.
So just to be clear, what you're doing is you're taking the federal money and you're proposing to obligate it to pay for prior expenditures that would then free up money and create an equivalent amount of local surplus. But you've had no public process, and I think that's probably fatally deficient to allocate the federal money, even on a technicality. I understand it's technicality. I'm not opposed to creating a local surplus. I'm not against this process at all. I am worried that you're setting yourself up to be challenged because there's been no public process. This wasn't even a warned motion that you were going to essentially allocate $1 million of federal money, even if it's towards things you've already spent, even if it's towards the process you already think. I just think there ought to be some notice that that the board plans to obligate its federal money under ARPA, and there should be some opportunity for people to weigh in. So that's
let me help you with this. First of all, months ago, there was a point where we had to make a decision, and that's what Sarah was talking about. And the town manager at the time made a recommendation that we go with that option that would be, I can't even remember what it's called, the standard allowance. And so that was done, and that meant that reporting was much less. Now what's happened is we're coming up to that time period where we have to either have obligated the money, i.e., you know, we know what we're spending and we're going to be able to spend it by the next deadline. And if we can't obligate by the X deadline and spend it by the next one, then we lose it. And so what we're doing now is saying, we don't want to lose that money. We also don't want the people in town to be precluded from having a say. So all we're trying to do is take the money that is sitting there waiting for something to happen to it and tell the government, we spent it on allowable salaries. That's it. And then we turn to the public and say.
Surplus that we've created.
The what?
With the surplus that we've created.
Right, by obligating the federal funds to pay for things you've already spent. I'm not disagreeing with the concept. I completely think it makes sense to create a local surplus. I'm arguing that we may be violating the process that's required of some kind of public process before you make a decision to obligate federal funding. You're proposing to obligate federal funding in a way that would create a local surplus, and then you want to have your public process later. I totally get that.
Right.
I just don't want you to be deficient. That's all I'm saying. I think you would be technically deficient.
There's still the question of the surplus, right?
Right. And I think what we need to
We haven't
do,
talked.
I think the elephant on the table is what's going to be the public process. That hasn't been decided.
But this motion would essentially take the money as federal money and fully obligate it. That is the purpose of this motion, as I understand it. That would then create a local surplus, and that money would then be local. So you would have essentially gone through no public process before you spent obligated federal money. I'm sorry. You guys just said whatever you want.
I want you to understand this.
So Marcia, I think this conversation is actually instructive, like of needing more of perception and needing to explain what it is. So I think we should not take action because we risk having a public misunderstanding of what we're doing here. And I think until we're all able to explain it with greater fidelity and clarity, then and no defensiveness, which is hard to do right now. And so I think we should schedule this as a future agenda item, because I think this is instructive of what might happen.
And I've been worried that people would misunderstand, just like you're doing, because calling it local doesn't mean anything different. There's still X amount of money that has dropped on us that we can use. Right. And we just need to decide what's the best way for public engagement to happen.
Yeah, and let me just say, from a substantive standpoint and a policy standpoint, I completely understand and agree with what you're doing. It makes complete sense. I think from a technical legal perspective, what you're doing now, your proposed motion, would actually dispose of the federal money and that without any public process. And so what I'm suggesting is simply from a process standpoint, you haven't gone through that hoop that needs to go through to comply with, that's just my personal opinion. You can have a different opinion and.
Yeah, I mean, basically we're taking the TRORC's advice, and they have been advising all the other communities, and that's what they've been doing. So for good or for bad, that's where we are. But I agree with you. I think this should be job number one, and we should have people to bring together as soon as possible so that we can come to some common decisions. Take the table. My board member wants to say something.
Would it make all of us feel better if we said, let's schedule this as an action item for our next meeting?
Yeah, except that I think we need that public engagement somehow first before we take action, because otherwise the perception is going to be that we did something.
So I think, if I may, I think the question is if Mary's willing to withdraw her motion, otherwise we should just take a public comment.
Okay, can we take this public comment and then go ahead?
Ward Alexander, 323 Turnpike Road. I want to follow up on Jeff Lovell's comment, and I think it sounds a little lawyerly, but I think the distinction that's being made is, and what I heard in the presentation tonight is the TRORC is saying, when you commit those federal funds into this local general fund, you need to document well how those funds are allocated, which I also think was Pam's comment. And I think the caution here is that all the federal government's going to care about is the compliance level. And I think she said she was suggesting a more formal allocation documentation than I think what I'm hearing today. And I'm not saying that as a lawyer, I'm just saying that as a citizen who sat through the same process. And so I would just caution, if you are willing to put this off to another time, you have until the end of 2024 to make this move, and there's plenty of time without possibly having to redo paperwork later.
Thank you.
I am willing to withdraw the motion, but I need a little clarification moving forward. So when the federal money moves over to being local, I assume, part of the strategy is to find the spending that's already occurred that would, equal the amount. That seems like part of it, and to thoroughly document it, as Pam said. The other part I'm finding a little confusing is, do we also need, and this might be a matter of public confidence, to think about really what do we want to spend it on before we would convert it. I'm a little confused on that. It sounds like yes, but if anybody else has insight on that, or if we talk about it when we come back another time, I'd appreciate that if you run this.
Well, if I may, so we did meet with Sarah and had a very lengthy discussion about the process. And so I don't think we're running afoul of any public engagement if we voted on this tonight, because this has been done, it's been vetted. It's certainly up to the board if you want to do that tonight or to hold it. The engagement piece that she was suggesting, I think, was more related to if we didn't go down the road of moving this money, transferring this money, then you would need to have that engagement. And I think the plan, as I understand it, is to have that same engagement, but not to do it prior to potentially transferring this and putting that money up. Just kind of taking that step and then coming back with a discussion about how to use that $1.2 million
Well, I think it's important that the people in town are comfortable with how we're going to handle this. And I'm a belt and suspenders person, so I think, why don't we put this on as a priority? Get this on the next agenda, decide how we're gonna do public engagement. And in the meantime, we can decide that at the next meeting. And set about it. And in the meantime, Brennan, if you can get, a basic spreadsheet with what we've spent for salaries in those different departments. It's kind of a pedantic exercise, but it's a documentation. And then we can revisit this. Yes, I think Pam was first. Okay.
I think that many of the problems that this town has experienced in the past have come from concern about lack of transparency and lack of accountability. And that's why I am not in favor of voting on this tonight, because we don't have transparency and we don't have accountability. And until we have that, I think we are ill-advised to just issue a carte blanche authority to the interim town manager to apply these funds.
Did you hear what I just said, that he would put together a spreadsheet?
Right, and I am co-signing that.
Okay. You're good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Mary was next.
I'm officially withdrawing my motion.
Okay.
It's on the record.
Well,
Nonetheless, it was presented and was going to be put to a vote, so I'm going to need the actual motion language. I couldn't get it, so sorry.
Okay.
Could you type it up for me, Mary? You sent it?
It's in the memo,
it's in the memo.
Joyce, in correspondence, the packet.
I'll
I
send
thought it was changed from that.
I'll take a picture of it.
Great.
I was gonna say.
And Roger, did you have something to conclude this? And
No, I think we should, we
okay.
should move on, because we're, believe it or not, still at correspondence at the attorney.
Okay. All right, we are now at, we never did accept the correspondence.
I move to accept the correspondence.
Do we have a second? Second for Priscilla, all in favor? Thank you. All right, AP warrants. We have two warrants tonight, one for the fire department equipment paid from the fire equipment fund account, I think, and one for accounts payable. Is there a motion to approve the warrants? We can then discuss anything that we need to after we have a motion on the table.
You want to split them up, or are we good?
I have a serious concern about approving this warrant about the fire equipment. I have no idea what we're spending $109,520 on.
Okay, then let's split them up.
Okay, so that's the first one. Maybe I'll move the second one. Let's see. I move to approve AP warrant number 1,000 in the amount of $62,424.84.
That's the second one.
That's the second one. So Pam, were you concerned about the first one? You mentioned expenditure of over 100,000.
I have concern about the second one.
Well, okay, but I guess my point was that in the motion sheet, they're lumped together. So I wanted to separate them. But we could do them in order.
Okay, let's do them in order. We'll do the warrant number 999, which is the fire department.
Okay, so I move to approve AP warrant number 999 in the amount of $112,459.99.
I'll second.
Second by Roger. Discussion? Pam?
These are reserve funds being spent. I would like to know what is being purchased and when was it approved by the select board?
All right, I see Matt, sweat in the back as well, who might be able to give more detail, but this is for the purchase of breathing apparatus for the fire department. And it was approved, I recall that select board, I think back in December.
That's pretty much what I was gonna say.
Okay. Sorry to steal.
That's what, go ahead.
This is to replace our 15 air packs and air bottles. It's part of our capital planning plan that we have been saving up for 15 years. And so we made this proposal on 12/28/22 when it was approved by the select board to expend, it was actually just 109,000. It was actually 115. We only received 14 of the 15 packs, and we just got the 15th pack. I put it in service yesterday.
Is this Fund 26?
It's fire equipment designated fund, and I'm pretty sure that.
All right. And I see as of March 31, there's a balance of 131, 155, so there are adequate funds.
Yes, yeah. So it's noting that we merged two purchases in there and saved the town at least $10,000.
Well done.
So that's part of why our capital planning plan is pretty good.
I would love to have a copy of the capital.
I will email it to you inside.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks.
Any more discussion about that motion? No? Call a question, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much. Do we have a motion for the second warrant?
Yes, I move to approve AP warrant number 1,000 in the amount of $62,424.84.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Roger. Discussion. Priscilla.
Maybe I just don't know how to interpret what I've got in front of me, but on page 4 of the 5, there's an invoice dated 4/18 and it says finance for the week ended 4/14, $3,800, and directly below it, an invoice for the following day, 4/19, says finance for the week ended 4/14, same week, $3,983.88. And why are we having two invoices for the same week?
I believe that it's travel reimbursement for Joyce.
Not for $3,900.
Oh, you know what that is? That is rent or interim.
Oh, it says Joyce, but it was the other guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
thank you.
What were his dates of employment?
1 week, right?
He was here for two full weeks.
Oh, 2 weeks.
I don't know when he started out.
Thank you for the clarification.
So that shouldn't say Joyce, it should say Randy.
Yeah.
I had the same question.
Okay. Any other questions about this warrant?
Well, I just make the comment that it's not news to us or you guys. This temp stuff is extraordinarily expensive.
We're trying to get away from it.
I know.
All right, may I call the question? All in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much.
Now we just need to pass around time.
Yeah. Okay, I'll pass them along. I'm gonna start while I'm talking. Next, we have, we've had a lot of public comments. Before I proceed, is there anything that anybody wanted to make a public comment about before we go forward? Please come up. You don't have to say where you live, because I think that's not required, just your name. Yeah, Norwich resident.
See, I think I'm from Norwich, up on the Boston Road. And I just wrote down some quick notes about the $1 million ARPA funds. And I think I heard you right, you're going to put that on hold for the next meeting or after that. And I think that's a good idea. Then you can think appropriately what you're going to do with it and where you're going to divide it into. I mean, you don't want to get $1 million and spend it the first night. You know what I mean? Well, it's been a lot of money spent foolishly last year.
And we're going to be asking everybody's opinion.
I appreciate that. And I get off that subject, and I want to start out with the police department. They don't have a lot of the equipment that they need to keep themselves safe or the public. And the money is in the police budget right now. So I really don't want you to dig into the ARPA funds for that. Take the money out of the police budget. They need repeaters, which it goes with radio, because they get in certain parts of the town and they have no communication in the police cars, you know. And that tower that we have up there just doesn't do the job fully. And that might be a project the ARPA funds could work on. That was supposed to have been the greatest thing in the world, and it does work well in certain places, but it needs work.
Okay.
They received a new police car, and all it came with was a music radio. Now, what kind of safety is that for anybody? For the police, they shouldn't even go out at it, because they can't get to anybody in case they get attacked or somebody in the public. How are you going to help anybody, especially if you need backup? So that's one of the things I think they need. And when it comes to more police, I don't think 5's enough, and I'll tell you why. They always have to train, go somewhere to train. They have to go to school. It isn't a one-time learning process. And they got a really dangerous job out there. You know, think about it. If one of them gets shot or something, they're all by themselves out there. And they got to have a way to get to somebody else. So communications is a big thing. And the car with the music radio is an insult. I mean, you wonder why we've had trouble with the police department. Well, that's a pretty good reason. I wouldn't want to go out there. But I do think we do need another officer. We need 6. Because one's always gone. They have to go somewhere, you know, to train, like I said. They need the proper rifles and shotguns and whatever to stay safe. I don't care what it costs. I mean, we throw away money in some of these other departments, and I mean throw it away. Yet the police are always the last. You know, and when I call somebody and I need help, I want them to be there. I don't want to spend all this money every year on everything else and have a lot of it, the money being spent is meaningless. Let's put it into something decent. You know, we got 3 or 4 departments. Police department needs some help. Let's do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands. Oh, Omer Trayman, I can see you on, Demo's here. Okay, Omer, you get to go
Actually,
first.
it's Lily.
Hi, Lily.
Hi. Lily Tryman, Norwich. I'm putting on my school board hat here, and I just wanted to request that for future meetings that a school board representative is on the agenda, preferably fairly early in the evening, to give you an update on school board happenings. And it's most convenient if it's the first meeting of the month, because the school board meets the first Wednesday of the month. So I can give you up to the minute updates, and it should only take, swear to God, 5 minutes. And tonight, I'm just going to tell you that Garrett Palm is our new chair and Lisa Christie is the vice chair. Michael Costa is our secretary. That's it.
Oh, sorry. That's me. I was trying to do the video and I got the, what's Garrett's last name, please?
Palm, P-A-L-M.
Sorry, great. Thank you. Yes, and we have a new representative, liaison, I think it's Priscilla, you volunteered.
What?
Pam? Sorry.
One of the Ps.
Pam volunteered to be the new liaison from us.
If I can just clarify too on liaison status, what has traditionally happened between the school board and PTO is that I attend a PTO meeting just to give a quick school board update. I don't need to stay for the whole PTO meeting. So likewise, Pam can come to the school board meetings, give a quick select board update, and then go wherever she needs to go.
Okay, perhaps you could, Pam, do you know who to contact to find out when you should be there, which meeting, etc.?
I've already reached out to Neil.
Okay, maybe try Garrett Palm.
Right.
Thank you.
I was at their meeting the other night.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
you.
And Demo.
Yes. Thank you. Demos Sophronis, Norwich, Vermont. I got a couple of things to talk about. First of all, I had sent a letter which you have received, and it was part of your correspondence and accepted for the April 26th meeting that I could not attend. So you're all right. You're good. Okay. But that letter pertained to the Article 11 advisory vote, which we all know was an advisory vote, 681 yes, 574 no. So I just wanted just a little small portion of it, and then I'll talk about the other business that I have to discuss. Although the select board may view this as an advisory vote only, I firmly believe that the 681 votes, and perhaps many more that didn't vote, would have liked to see a fifth position, okay? Expect that fifth position available. I know that there are ARPA funds available, and I thank you for having that presentation tonight. I've been very helpful, cleared up some things, and I think it does give the select board the flexibility to do the things that it needs to do. Accountability is key. I understand what the lawyers in the room were discussing, and I totally understand that. And I suspect that there's a huge wish list for what you want to spend that on. The town hall renovations will be receiving some, I'm sure. But this position is needed. And I want to bring you back about a year ago, we lost the crossing guard. Okay, we haven't had a crossing guard since last January, not this past, last January. I believe the chief is looking for a community safety officer, partly so that he can fill that crossing guard position and also have the flexibility to do and run his department the way he sees fit and the way give the services that we need. The position is needed as soon as possible in order to properly cover vacation time, training time. Specifically, I believe the 16 weeks of training that Officer Chelsea Maxim will be at the police academy. Police officers are also expected to be on call when their shift is over and on weekends. These staffing issues could be avoided, and there would be a proper safety time off for the officers, and the shifts could be covered properly. I would like to formally request, I did it in my letter, but I'd like to do it here as well, to formally request that the select board work together to unanimously approve the funds for this position as soon as possible. You saved a lot of money during the time that we did not have police officers. You saved a lot of money, maybe not so much with the crossing guard position, because I don't get paid a whole lot of it. But anyway, you did save that. There is money in the budget for equipment and reserve funds and so on and so forth. And also, when you do decide how you're going to spend your ARPA funding, there's money there. So if there are enough funds in these particular reserve funds that you can apply to fund this position, please do so. If not, please authorize the funds through whatever sources are available to you, including the ARPA funding. next year's budget can then be adjusted to reflect what will be needed for the future for this line item. Thank you for the work you do for Norwich, and I hope that you will consider my request. That's that. This package was prepared by Chief Wade Cochran and Sergeant Stuart Rogers. I just want to give you again a little history of another time when a former police chief came to the board, not this board, a former board, and asked, was part of the cruiser replacement policy. I know it's probably a source, but if the cruiser replacement policy was working just fine, I believe the year was 2019, wanted to buy a new cruiser, had an opportunity to save the town $20,000 by working with a local dealership to get the type of cruiser that they just got. A Ford Explorer, I guess it's a hybrid model, right? It was put on the back burner, and the presentation was there, it was nicely done. It was put on the back burner because at the time they were looking to study electric vehicles versus regular hybrid cruisers that, you know, are normally used. Again, my opinion, we need what we've got now, the Explorers, but I understand the whole electric concept as well. So that was put on hold, then COVID happened, and now we just now got that cruiser. So they did a lot of work. I mean, they're probably going to present, I maybe should have waited till after they presented to do this, and I hope I'm not scaring any of you away, but they did their work. I read it entirely. I hope you did. They did their work. They know what they're talking about. They know what they need. Once before, there was things that we needed. We even had an opportunity. A grant was secured, and the chief was told to send that grant back. It wasn't accepted by the town. That's a shame. When you go through the trouble to do the work, to get the funds. Now, I understand legal reasons. There's all kinds of legal reasons why you can't. I understand that. But I'm just saying, to work together as a board, to unanimously do something that's going to keep everybody safe, that's going to give these ladies and gentlemen, officers, the ability to do their jobs to protect the town of Norwich. That community safety officer position can do several things. And it's not as costly as a full-time police officer position. And the money's there. The money is there. Use it. If it's not, supplement what else you need to make it happen.
Okay.
Thank you so much for considering my request.
Thank you.
And I hope I didn't scare you away.
We're not scared, we agree. Okay, now it is item 7, police department requests. Chief, would you like to come up?
We're gonna start. Yeah, I was gonna,
Oh, sorry.
bring the chief in here, but you can come on up if you want. No, that's okay.
Just getting over.
So thanks, and I will turn any questions or any additional comments over to Chief Cochran, but we had a conversation probably over a month ago about some equipment needs. The chief has now been in this position for about 6 months and has been able to ascertain what he feels are the current needs of the department. And so he has created a number of memos here that are in the packet. I'm sure we won't have a chance to look at those. And there are basically 5 requests here. And I think it might be simpler just to take them in order if we could. We also, in most of those requests, at least 2 of them, have a funding source that has been identified. So for the hybrid fit up and for the potential long-term purchase. The other 2, which relate to a purchase of 5 portable radios and a purchase of 4 mobile radios for the police cruisers. There is no identified funding in the memos. And I think in looking at the current budget, we are aware, and our interim finance director has confirmed that we're going to have roughly $130,000 of a surplus in the personnel line due to vacancies in positions throughout the early part of fiscal year 2022. We also have a line item that I've identified here, which is the radio maintenance line, which had a budget of $750. What I think I would propose tonight is, if we're agreeable to making these purchases, that we would intentionally overspend that radio maintenance line item in the amount needed to supply the equipment that's being requested, and just assume that we will have a large overage in that line, and we will have a large overage in the personnel line, and that those will wash at the end of the fiscal year. I can't think of a simpler way to do that. And again, the other two purchases have their own funding that's already in the budget that we would utilize.
So large overage in the surplus line for personnel, and the other line was what?
So we're going to have, if we choose to expense the radio maintenance line in the current budget, which is the one that most directly relates, I think, to radio purchases. Again, we've only budgeted $750 for that, and we're going to have a significant overspent there. And as long as folks are comfortable and acknowledge that, I think that is the easiest way to do this.
Okay.
Questions? Just looking at the function sheet. So it mentions 5 portable radios, 4 mobile radios, and then in the preparation, it was talking about the different frequencies. Are they using different frequencies, like the 2 types, or could you maybe explain a little bit more?
If we could, I think if we walk through this, where the radios are going to be discussed in a little more detail.
So I have a question that you presented.
Roger.
Sure.
So a few weeks ago, we were asked to authorize reserve fund spending because we were concerned that we wouldn't have enough money. Now you're saying that we have $100,000 in surplus money.
This is specific to the personnel line in the police department.
Just because the personnel line hasn't been spent doesn't mean that the total budget hasn't been spent.
He was talking then about the your office, that line.
Correct.
Not about the police line, separate. Police salary line.
So there's money in the bottom line of this fiscal year's budget, and that is estimated to be
113,000. Just under 130.
He's talking strictly in police wages and benefits, not the bottom line.
Okay. All right. So
in the context of the police request, I guess that's what we're.
Yeah. I'm glad we didn't approve what we were asked to approve last time, because that made no sense. But okay, this does now. All right. Thanks. You know what I mean? Okay.
Okay, so again, if that overture makes sense, I will just kind of walk through this and then let the chief speak a little bit more about the specific requests here. But the first is to sell a 2013 unmarked police cruiser that is currently uninspectable. And we felt that because that is town property, it would be requiring a select board authorization for the chief to do that. And Chief Cochran, do you have any more to add to that piece?
Yeah, just coming from Montpelier and knowing how they did it, it was a sealed process. The bids generally came into the chief of police. The chief of police then would go to the town manager's office the day that the bids were done, or the time period had ended, and the bids would be opened. In a lot of cases, the bid would be open. So, and I assume we're probably gonna be there on this one. So we generally did it for about 2 weeks, which is a 14-day period. It's the 7-day. And then it sells to the highest bidder. So, and then there is something they did, the finance there did something they had to pay within 1 week's period, 7-day period. So they had to pay for the car within that period of time, or it had to be real.
So I'll make the motion.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I move to approve the public sale of the 2013 out of service unmarked police cruiser according to the proposal made by Police Chief Wraight Cochran, as contained in the packet.
Second by Mary. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. I just wanted to ask, are we still insuring it?
I believe so.
Okay.
And I think we probably should. It's part near one of those trees.
Right.
Okay, so moving on to the second, so this is a request for a purchase of 5 portable radios. There is a fairly detailed memo in the packet here addressing that. We did do a quick recalculation here of the expense needed for the 5 portable radios, and actually in the memo, it's listing $35,634.85. We recalibrated that to a little over $32,000. I believe in the motion sheet, we rounded that up to and even $33,000 for up to that amount. And again, this is, I think, fairly clearly, the need for this fairly clearly illustrated in the memo, but I'm sure the chief can answer any questions about the equipment need.
I just say I thought it was extremely clear.
Yeah, thank you, Steve.
Pam?
You mentioned earlier tonight that we had some pages in this packet that were the bids on the culvert replacement in keeping with our purchasing policy. I had requested when this was first brought up over 2 weeks ago that we see the bids for these proposals. And I know that they were not included in this packet. So I'm wondering how many bids were received and why weren't we provided?
There was another omission of the packet of trying to get the bids inserted there. So I did bring them. In this case, there's a kind of a sole vendor.
In this case, it's either Motorola or Stuart was able to reach out to OME in New Hampshire. They got us those quotes. It's interesting, common practice isn't to put bids in. So I misunderstood the policy, if that's what Norwich wants. I looked through the bids and I gave you the lowest bid. That's, I guess, have a little faith in your police chief that I'm gonna give you the lowest bid. But that's what I did in this situation, gave you OMEs that Stuart got of considerable, I think it was $5,000 less than Motorola.
Yeah, roughly.
So that quote, I believe, Brennan, you have.
Yeah, I have copies of the bids here, and happy to pass those along if you'd like to see them. So this is, Chief, this is the City Mountain Electronics bid is.
Yeah, so there's gonna be 2 of them. You'll see that one. It'll say quantity 1, is how that's done, and then it'll say the APX 8000.
Well, I would just like to clarify that it's not a lack of trust, it's adherence to policy. And the policy says that purchases between 10 and 25,000 require prior approval of the select board, approval of a purchase order by the town manager, and at least 3 competitive bids. And so my assumption is that we will see those bids. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I read that policy.
So I think all these things were done, we just didn't see the bids in the packet, and we talked about this before, so I want that. So I don't require that of any department head. I assume there was an appropriate process overseen by a town manager. But that being said, if it's in the packet, that's fine, so.
Well, like I said, that was my interpretation of the policy, and so that's what I expected. And without having any response to my request, I didn't understand why there was no response and why there were no bids.
Okay,
Well,
so
as
the chief explained, so we have 2 bids in this case. We don't have 3 because 3 is impossible to obtain. The chief brought the low bid in, and that's what I'm circulating right now. At the bottom of that, you'll note I did the math here just to clarify that what is being proposed is 1 unit, and what we're purchasing are 5 units, and again, that cost would not exceed $33,000. So that is what we are seeking the select board's approval for the chief to proceed with that procurement.
Correct.
I think one of the things we need to do as we're moving forward and looking at policies is, not everything we buy is like paper clips. Some things are specialized. So we have 3 bids required. It may not be even possible to get 3 bids for something. Not saying that's here, but.
It is, unfortunately, it's what we've learned is it's extremely hard to even get 2 bids in some situations. And in one situation, I was told that when we get to the outfitting of a cruiser, that they could do it in 3 or 4 months. Well, that doesn't really work for us, so.
Well, I just came off of stint as a lister, and we got 1 bid for the reappraisal last year and 1 bid this year.
Right.
So I understand that you don't always get as many
It's
bids as
frustrating.
you would hope for, but, like I said, I interpreted that this policy meant that the select board would see these bids, and
And I can do that in the future.
maybe I am.
if that's-
And we're all getting acclimated to this, so we are housekeeping, getting the others in the packet. So Roger,
Can I make a motion?
you may make a motion. Oh, wait a minute, Priscilla has some first, and Mary has.
Could we just decide whether, as now that there's been this confusion about the policy, whether, yes, please, anybody putting any request in front of us, please include the bids in the packet, or no, we don't need to have that, we just can say there were 3 and maybe what the amounts were, we're gonna go with this one. Could we clarify that?
We have a policy, so I think we should probably have to change the policy first, but right now, what we can say is people can include their bids when they
Okay,
send.
so we will ask that they do that right now.
Yeah, and then we'll review the policy.
Okay, thank you.
If the chief could explain the difference between the 5 portable radios and the 4 mobile radios,
Sure.
the different types of equipment.
Sure, the portable, the best way is, this is the portable.
Okay.
And that goes on the person's body.
Okay.
Or the officer, and then the car radios are fixed to the radio, or fixed to the car.
And that's why there's 5 and 4.
That's right, and the
Right.
5th one will basically be with Judy or in the dispatch.
extra, yeah.
An extra in case something ever goes down.
Okay.
And then when we get to the car, I can explain, or if you want me to now, basically, what we like is 2 in the car, because New Hampshire runs on a different frequency.
Mhm.
But I downsized it, so I'm only asking for 4, so 1 for each car, to include the car that I drive.
Does the portable radio operate on one of the frequencies and the car radio on the other?
Right, it does, but, well, no, it's the same, but if you're out of your car and dispatch calls you, you want to be able to communicate with them,
Okay.
because otherwise they'll send the cavalry.
So how are you going to hear New Hampshire?
At this time, we still have 1 radio that will be able to stay in there. And Stu, you can help me out, because he is the radio and gun guy, but.
Do you want me to?
Shortly, or briefly, yes.
Sorry. So basically the portables, the APX 8000s are dual band portables. They run both frequencies, basically so it runs UHF and VHF. So Vermont law enforcement generally runs UHF. The fire folks, DPW, New Hampshire law enforcement runs VHF. So 2 different frequencies. You have to have a radio that's either dual band, or you have to have multiple radios to be able to do that. Clearly, we're not going to carry 2 radios on us. So dual band's only the option. But from a portable standpoint, you have about, depending on the specific model, is either 7 or 8 watts. So the output's not wonderful because it's running on a battery that you're carrying around with you. A mobile radio is car mounted, and there's different power outputs that they rate, but I have quote unquote high power is 100 watt. So the output's obviously much better. So when you're out way on back roads, your portable is probably not going to get out, is the reality, without running a repeater that would bounce off from the radios that are in the car. And that's a whole nother
discussion.
Yeah, a repeater is like a separate piece of equipment that kind of plays with the in-car radios. But the in-car radios, the intent is, I think, to have radios that can both hear and talk to fire folks, DPW, New Hampshire, Vermont, and by Vermont, I'm saying surrounding agencies, state police, Hartford, et cetera. So not front. So kind of the intent would be, I overloaded the chief. You're seeing like 2 of the proposals I gave him in the first month and a half. I gave him 9. So
That's why I called.
he's shielding you on some of this. But my proposal was to try to get so that cars had the capability of doing both things, both the fire, the DPW, New Hampshire, basically communication with anything that we interact with. That potentially includes even like the train. If we have some catastrophic issue that surrounds that, then that would give us capabilities to interact with their dispatch. And Hartford just had that like 2 weeks ago. So that type of situation is something that, you know, certainly if it presents itself is helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It really was clear.
Motion?
Motion.
I move to approve the expenditure of up to $33,000 for the purchase of 5 portable radios according to the proposal made by the police chief Wraight Cochran, includes the packet.
Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla.
I guess I would note that this is coming from the operating budget.
Do you want to restate your message? Your
No,
memo?
I just stated it and then Brennan talked about it at length earlier.
Okay, so it's clear as written then.
It's not clear.
It's not.
I think it will be clear in Ralph's notes that in the discussion, Roger noted that it was coming from blah, blah, blah.
No, you got to tell me that.
I think we're good. Ready to go.
Ralph is not clear.
It's not gonna be in the minutes.
Sure, so I'll withdraw my motion. And I'll make another one.
Go ahead.
Okay, I move to approve the expenditure of up to $33,000 from the 2023 fiscal year operating budget for the purchase of 5 portable radios according to the proposal made by Police Chief Wraight Cochran. Close your packet.
Did you get that, Ralph?
Yeah.
Priscilla, is that okay with you? Yep. Priscilla seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Call the question. Priscilla? Yes. Pam?
Abstain.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary? Yes. Marcia, yes.
Would you like the motion on the mobile radios?
Yes, please.
Okay. I move to approve the expenditure of up to $29,000 from the fiscal year 2023 operating budget for the purchase of 4 mobile radios according to the proposal made by Police Chief Wraight Cochran and closed in packet.
I'll second it. Second by Mary. Any discussion? All in favor? Call the question. Priscilla? Yes. Pam?
Abstain.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia, yes. Motion's passed. Next.
Okay, next I had on my list was a request for expenditure year, and this relates to long gun purchase that would be,
That's the cruiser pump.
maybe
Fitting it.
okay.
It's self-explanatory, so I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay.
If that's okay with Marcia.
Does it come out of a fund, is that?
Police cruiser fund?
Oh, it's right in front of me, of course.
Wait a minute, sorry. Wait a minute now. Are we doing?
No, I'm sorry, I got them transposed here in my notes, so we're talking about the police cruiser fit up.
Right, okay. Please, cruiser fit up.
So I move to approve the expenditure of up to $21,000 from the police cruiser reserve fund for the cost of outfitting the 2023 Ford hybrid police vehicle.
I'll second it.
Second by Mary. Do we have any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous, thank you very much. Next.
All right, and the final request is again, so it's started to say, request for expenditure gear related to long guns and a expenditure amount of $12,486, and this would be a purchase that would come out of the special equipment fund.
I have a question,
Mary.
Did it also include other equipment like shields, vests, helmets and so forth, or not?
At this time, Stuart and I are working on a passive grant to hopefully fund
Cover
those
that part
items.
of it?
We're fingers crossed when we're researching grants, trying to get that.
Okay.
And we're hopeful.
Yeah.
Would that be a matching grant or just outright?
What did
It's
you
a
fund?
state, it's the VLCT passive
grant, so I have some experience in the past. I've written this grant for this specific stuff, so I know that there's, at least historically, that this is stuff that falls under that grant.
What's the timing of it?
It's open until funding is expended, so it's
So it's like
ongoing, it's rolling currently, yes.
Okay.
And that would be, it's through the VLCT passive, like the insurance aspect, so it falls under kind of the PPE, like personal protective equipment is really what it sort of falls under the umbrella of.
I've been concerned for a long time. I used to talk to Chief Frank about school shooting, possible school shooting incident. You know, it's just been on my mind for a long time. So, and this kind of fits in with the long guns. I think that it would be that type of incident where I would, you know, be wanting to support that. But I'm wondering what the department has now to protect themselves in the case of an incident like this. Do you have vests at least?
We have what we have on for the most part.
Right.
What we have on, that's why we
That's
put
it.
a priority to work on the vests. I think the helmet question came up. Helmets are generally good for about 5 years. That's their shelf life. Whether they're good past that or not. Most of our vests that we all have will not take a rifle, or what they say, take a rifle round. Our vests are bulletproof vests are designed for our handgun. So if somebody gets our handgun, it'll stop that, but that's about it.
Right.
So that's why we're looking into what they call heavy plated armor, which a lot of communities don't like to talk about, but it's good to train and to have that equipment available if need be. So we've definitely put it at the front to try to equip our guys and girls with that. So
How much is that sort of thing?
it varies. I know you've got some prices.
Approximately, per kind of a setup, you have 2 plates, a front and a rear plate, and then a carrier. And roughly that kind of runs on the neighborhood of like the $1,500 to $2,000, $1,500 to $2,000 per. And then helmets are approximately in the neighborhood of like $700 or so. So per.
Okay. So, when will you know if you get the grant?
It's gonna still be a little while.
Right. I don't know exactly what their award timeframe is after receiving it, but I would anticipate that we should probably have it prepared, within the next few weeks.
But that conversation is for VES, which is not what we're.
No, just
No,
wondering.
no, but I think it's related. It's related to the type of incident that I think that like require the long guns.
There is a Vermont company too, it's called Revision. When I did my last agency, I worked with them and they made some generous donations, so I'll be reaching out to them as well. So.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Do, we stand?
We don't have a motion on that question.
I'll make that one.
Mary?
I move to approve the expenditure of up to, should use the $12,000 figure or the $13,000?
I think we rounded up.
Yeah, I move to approve the expenditure of up to $13,000 from the police special equipment fund for the cost of purchasing and setting up long guns.
Do we have a second? Priscilla? Yes. Any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? All right. Roll call. Priscilla? Yes. Pam?
Abstain.
Roger?
No.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes. Motion passes.
I'm
I'm a no.
Okay, one final thing, do we?
No.
No, we're all done?
That is it. Could I make a quick comment?
Yes.
I'd like to commend Chief Cochran on his first 6 months or so on the job, has rebuilt the force staff-wise. I'd like to thank all of his team for joining us this evening here, and keep up the good work in your very important job.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes,
Can I make a suggestion?
you may.
Morning, all day.
Yes, please. We're gonna take a short break though, so, well, maybe we should, we got all this committee waiting. So, no, everyone needs a break, okay.
I would see hiding to Boston Road again. Seeing as we have the ARPA funds and we have money in the police budget anyway. Let them order the vest tonight, maybe very soon. And if for some reason they can't be paid for through the grant, they'll have them on the way. And the ARPA funds will take care of them. I mean, it isn't that great amount of money for somebody's safety. And you're talking about a lot of people. Say it was a school shooting. We're not even talking about the police, we're talking about the kids and teachers. I mean, it affects a lot of people. And they need protection. And they need it quick. A few months ago, I talked to the board about, I think it's so specific. And I was told that it was all gonna work out quickly, you know? And we're just getting to it. So I'm proposing to all aboard that they go ahead and order the vests. And they get paid for it somehow, but at least they'll be on the way. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can't do anything tonight, we don't have any data, but we'll follow it up.
All right, thank you.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we've been at this now for over 2 hours, getting to 3. So would anyone need a break before we go on? And I'm very sorry for the people who are waiting very patiently, but we want to have a 5-minute break. All right. 5-minute break. We'll be back at, we'll be back here at 9:17.
Recording stopped.
Is she on there? My computer died.
I know Charlie wasn't here. Sorry.
Does anybody know?
So she was here. Okay, I always like people to be here because I think as much as anything, it's a showing of interest and respect. And we always like to see people. And I understand people have commitments. So does anyone want to make a motion on her application? Roger?
Sure. I move to appoint Cheryl Asen to the Conservation Commission for a term expiring on March 31st, 2027.
Is there a second? Yeah. Discussion?
Yeah, since she's not here, or we can't meet her, and I'm not aware that there's excruciating urgency in this, I'd say, why don't we say, okay, we'll put you on the next agenda because you're not here.
You could do. Do we have other appointments coming up?
Well, I believe most of the spots are supposed to be filled by May 1st, so there was.
So
to that.
Okay.
If I may, we do tend to ask questions that are never, and the answers tend to be a reflection of their application. I will also happily speak to Cheryl Ace's application, the work she mentions with the North Public Library. I was happy to work with her on. The bear display that she coordinated with Mary across elementary school was both delightful and informative, and the programming that she did on vernal pools was the same. So someone who saw her work in action, and I'm happy to support her application.
And my computer's dead, but she's a zoologist, right?
And yes, she is a biologist, I believe. She knows a lot of things, I can tell you.
Well, yes, Priscilla.
You know, reading her application, she sounds absolutely fantastic, but it bothers me that she's not tuning in or present.
It is not tuning.
Priscilla, she wants to be early.
And she.
She could take it.
Now, most of what
She doesn't have the stamina required of us.
Well, let's call it question. All in favor? Right.
I'm just abstaining, that's all.
Okay.
She sounds great, but I haven't met her.
One abstention by Priscilla. Pam? Yes. Roger?
Yes.
Mary? Yes. Marcia? Yeah, Marcia, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for this. Next, we have Planning Commission, and I believe we have got one open position and 3 applicants. 4. 3, 4. Jan Lanspear, Rob Beer, Robert Page, and Susan Barrett. So, any of those folks want to come up and add anything to their application? Comment?
Sure. Robert Gear, Norwich resident. Just add, if it isn't that clear, I'll emphasize it. The most relevant experience I have is I spent a term on the Development Review Board, and then have lived in town since 1978, so I've seen the kind of development and changes that have come and affected town, and I'm interested in continuing to serve.
Thank you. Any of the other applicants?
Hi, I'm Susan Barrett. I live on New Boston Road in Norwich, and I have lived here for almost 12 years. And the reason I am putting my hat into the ring here is because I really want to serve this town. I work in Montpelier. I actually work for a government agency, and deal a lot with regulation, not zoning, it's on the healthcare side. And planning commission things, but because I guess I would say a silver lining, which there weren't many in the pandemic, but I do not have to drive 2 hours a day to Montpelier. So I do have more time in my day to serve my local community. And that is why I put my application forward. I hope that you will look at me as somebody who could fill this position, and I would welcome the opportunity. Thank you.
And let me just say, we have lots of open positions on committees. Yes.
Bob Tate, I'm on 128 Turnpike Road. My wife and I just moved here a few years ago. I guess I've tried to be engaged in the town with, I mean, there's always coaching and lunch hire V.S.A, and there's kindergarten PTO room. And I guess, you know, it's pretty clear that the town functions by everyone getting engaged and doing their part. To that end, you know, I've seen the continued vacancies. Put my name in for this, partly because, you know, we've made a big choice to move and live here, and we want to be part of a town that, I guess you'd say, lives its values and has space for everyone. And it's, I guess, a little more apparent to me as, you know, I've had an opportunity renting and in lots of different points in my career, you know, from not having much money available to renting and owning and then moving here, that I think to keep a vibrant community, you've got to be able to, it's best served to have, you know, people at all levels. And when you have local conversations with other parents that are, you know, basically really considered moving out because they just can't stay in town anymore, multiple conversations with families, pushes me to be engaged and concerned a little bit more. So, you know, my background's more chemical engineer. I've worked in more research and government regulation for FDA work, but I think I'm a quick study in new roles. And yeah, I guess more my housing is more habitat for, I'd say, a year of weekends working there, so maybe just the hands-on part. But yeah, just want to serve the best I can. So.
Thank you. It's always great to see the kind of talent we have in this town. Lance Fear.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, I'd like to give you some background because I think I have a lot of experience that applies directly to the Planning Commission's activities. I have a long-standing interest in land use and housing construction and working land, and obviously a lifelong commitment to Norwich. And I think it was in my application, but just a couple details. There were a couple big projects that I worked on that really taught me things relating to the Planning Commission's work. One of them was on Star Lake Village, which is the affordable housing development in Norwich. I was the staff working for the Housing Trust that developed that, and we put out the RFQs and the bids with engineers and cited it and all that work. So that was one project. And the second one related to the same things like town regulation, the zoning regs, state regulations, things like that. But that was this, I was the chair of the County Solid Waste Board when we cited the landfill site in Heartland. So we had to go through all of the state regulations, all of the zoning of the different towns, consultants, engineers, worked with the regional commissions in great depth over several years. So a lot of experience with zoning and planning issues on those projects. And then on another front, I work building houses in Norwich. So multiple projects where we were getting subdivisions, boundary line adjustments, permitting for septic, which gets you to see the zoning bylaws from the other side of what, how working with them and working with Phil Deckard and Charlie Welch before him gave me a lot of experience with the bylaws. And then also lastly, I did work doing forestry planning for current use parcels in town. So that whole program as it relates to our zoning and policies. So I would very much like to serve in this capacity, and I think I have a lot of experience that applies to it. Thank you.
All right. Our spoiled choice with 4 candidates. Would someone like to make a motion? Mary?
So hold on.
Yeah.
Well, first, it looks like
I'm
there's
not gonna
a,
make a motion, I just had the hand.
oh, I'm sorry. I wanted just to clarify what we were doing, but I didn't see your hand, I'm sorry.
It might be the same question.
Yes.
I'm just noticing on our motion sheet that it's a motion to possibly increase the size of the planning commission from 7 to 9. So, but I don't know if that opens up a can of worms, because that's not really on the
That's not on the agenda.
So
I don't think we can take that up at the moment. Right now, we have.
why is it on there?
I don't know. I didn't do this.
Can we ask who put that on there?
I am not sure we're gonna put this together this afternoon, so I didn't catch that either until just now. I think that is, if I understood, in the bylaws that you can have up to 9, between 5 and 9 is standard, so.
Yeah, I think we've gone around this before, and it engendered a lot of comment from the public. I think it should be on the agenda if we're going to consider it, and we can come back.
Just want to clarify that. Yeah.
Well, did we ever
Yes, Roger?
did we ever have a motion or take an action that would make it 7?
But we did shrink it down to 7.
I think it was agreed by consensus to shrink it down by 7, but I don't think it was necessarily you took any action on it, and the actual governance structure allows for up to 9. So I think it's.
I researched this, if I might.
Oh, cool.
Go ahead.
On April 25th of 2018, there was a motion made by Mary to increase the size of the planning commission to 9, based on a great deal of public comment. That was an objection to that motion. It was moved to the agenda on May 9. That motion.
Stuart.
So it did come up on the agenda on May 9 of 2018, and it failed. So it remained at 7 members. It came up again on April 28 of 2021, and when that motion was made, there was a comment made by Roger at that time saying, I'm absolutely not in favor of increasing the size of this commission. I don't believe they were effective with 9.
Yeah.
And so that the topic was dropped at that point.
And stayed 7.
And it stayed 7.
Priscilla.
I felt sort of betrayed when I printed up my motion sheet and I said, wait, where did this come from? I mean, this should be something that, I mean, we agree on what's going to be on the agenda, and we not violating open meeting laws, we can say, could we have this, request something to be on the agenda? And this is like, this isn't on the agenda, and it's suddenly on the motion. And I don't like that.
Oh, I don't like it either.
Okay.
I don't know, Jackie, do you know anything how that got on there?
I don't know, I have nothing to do with the agenda. I will say though, I mean, as I read the bylaws, I think it's at the discretion of the select board. That's what the sentence says, so, I mean, make up your minds what you want to do, but it says the commission shall consist of between 5 and 9 voting members as determined by the select board, period. The members shall be appointed for 4-year terms by the select board, each term to start on May 1st, except for appointments to fill the term created by a resignation. So anyway, I see it as your discretion. That's kind of how it's been treated in the past. And we were faced with this with more candidates applied and we had a position open and the decision was the more the merrier. We can, let's add these people. So I think it's up to you.
Well, the bylaws may allow it, but apparently we've done 2 motions where it failed to increase it. Jack, I think you were first.
Yeah, thanks. This time I'm going to sit down if you don't mind and try to make myself comfortable. Jeff Goodrich, resident Norwich. A few things. So I think the 2018 thing that Pam was talking about, I think John Pepper, among other things, asked Jackie about going to 9. I may be wrong, but I think it was Stu and Linda as candidates possible. And Jackie said, by no means it's unwieldy, let's not do that. I got asked and said, I agree that it's unwieldy to go to 9. If there have been 9 members of the Planning Commission, I've been involved largely since 1991. I don't remember that time. So sitting here tonight, I would say there's no need for 9 members. I'd like to see, so let me frame this a different way. The town has voted about some changes in this community in our last election cycle, which I'm super excited about. Having said that, I hope that we can fill the last position to transition this planning commission to a place where it begins to engage its legislative responsibility to get back to addressing zoning and subdivision regulations, which we have not done for 5 years. It has nothing to do with staff. In that context, the select board has asked traditionally for folks to say, is anybody going to speak for candidates? And I'd like to say, I've known Jan Losbeer since the 60s of all things. I've seen him in myriad capacities as a longtime citizen. I would like to encourage the select board to appoint Jan as the 7th member of our planning commission because he's a dedicated worker who will roll up his sleeves, super bright person who will be committed to doing what the legislature requires of the planning commission. Thank you.
Thank you. So somebody else, Stuart, you? Yes.
Stuart Richards, still in Norwich. So I want to refer back to the previous discussions and the rejection of going to 9 members. And I do remember when Jackie Allen, current chair, was very much against going to 9 members because it was deemed to be unwieldy. So at the same time, I do remember as a real estate advisor to Twin Pines Housing when Starlink was first being formed. And I do remember what Jan was doing and how effective he was. And his background is really very, very, it's not only opposite, it's what you would ask for or what you would want in a planning commissioner in this small town. So it's, if you look at, and this is not to minimize or dismiss any of the other folks who have applied, but if you're going to look at credentials and a curriculum vitae, he's got it. And that's why I would support him as a planning commission member, because I think that he will be very helpful and instrumental, not only in trying to address our affordable housing issues, but all the other issues that are really, really important. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great, Jack. Sorry, Jackie.
Jackie Allen, Norwich, Chair of the Planning Commission. I would just ask that we think about diversity. Right now, we have 3 longtime Norwich members as members of the Planning Commission, and 3 of us who are newer. I've been here 9 years. I guess that's new. I don't know. I really, I think we're lucky to have two parents on our commission and myself, and three, very long-standing citizens of Norwich, which is great. But I would really ask us to think more about diversity. We also have one woman right now and 5 men. So please consider that.
I get a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to appoint Susan Barrett to the Planning Commission for a term, for a 4-year term.
I'm a little confused about how we should handle, we should say, is there another, I don't know, do we want to do it one by one? We can say a second, then anybody else wants to.
Good. I was hoping I could make some more general remarks, which maybe I can't do in the context of a specific motion.
Except there's no second. So you probably could make remarks.
Yeah, go ahead.
I am so delighted and appreciative of all of you who are willing to volunteer. So I really appreciate that. And like Marsha, I'm so impressed by the kind of talent that we have in this town. And I'd also like to point out that there's some other boards that you could use dedicated, talented people, maybe some fresh thinking. I also think that for the Planning Commission, it's such an important thing that it's really critical to have people who actually have planning skills. And so, diversity is a lovely idea and all that, but this is a board that needs to do some really technical work. And so, obviously I have the one person that I'm planning to vote for, but in no way do I want to discourage or be unthankful to any of you who have volunteered to do this. I think, would you please look and see where else you can put your talents? And we have a whole lot of other things that we're gonna have to, that we need doing. I think the select board is gonna need some help with various subcommittee things. There are only 5 of us and we have different skills and abilities, and we would love to tap into some of the wonderful talent from town.
So did we decide that my motion failed because it didn't get a second?
Well, I don't know if we gave it time to have a second.
Okay.
Does anybody want to second that motion? Okay.
It was for which one?
Susan Barrett.
Susan Barrett.
Pam.
I would like to second what Priscilla just said. In fact, she said what I was planning to say. And in light of that, I would hope that the people that are not chosen, there are 3 people who will obviously not be chosen for this one position. I would encourage them to look at the list of open positions and apply for something that might interest them. Having said that, I would like to make a motion to appoint Jan Laspier to the Planning Commission.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Pam and a second by Priscilla. Any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Roger?
No.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia, yes. Jan, you're appointed. Thank you for serving. And for the rest of you, thank you very much, and please do get on another board. And Rob, you're on too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, who moved that and seconded that?
And it was Pam moved and Priscilla seconded, and Roger was the only no.
Should have taken that as what they said.
Okay. All right. Oh, yes.
We have 3 here.
Oh, okay. We could have, yes, we've got some, how many?
I'm sorry, get to the committee.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah. Okay, next is the Recreation Council. We have 6 open positions and 1 applicant. I don't know how to say the first name. So Sawyer Perry. Yeah. Please come up to the table.
I actually know how to pronounce your name because I used to know somebody named Sawyer.
Sawyer Perry, Norwich resident.
Anything that you'd like to add to your impressive curriculum vitae? And
Nothing in particular, I guess just that I want to join the recreation committee because I want to serve the town and I feel like this is a good place to do it. Having grown up in Norwich and participated in the recreation department, there's a lot of value in it, and I want to make sure that it continues to help serve the children in the town on the whole.
thank you. And you're a law student.
I am, yes,
You'll be busy.
something like that. And I have a 4-month-old at home, so.
Oh, gosh. You want to rethink this?
No.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to appoint Sawyer Perry to the Recreation Council for a term expiring March 31, 2026.
Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Good. Go home to your torts.
Thank you.
Unanimous. All right, next is trustee of public funds. I'm not sure about whether, I assume there's an open position. There's one applicant, Pam Smith. It is not on the chart of conflicts for a select board member to be a trustee of public funds. Have you checked that? Any discussion?
I'm just grateful she's willing to serve.
For 1 year.
Yep.
And I'm hoping somebody else will step up and serve out the remaining 2 years of the term. But I will serve for the coming year if appointed to keep the trustees moving forward.
So by statute, how many are we supposed to have?
3.
How many do we have?
2. Cheryl and Doug.
And town welfare.
Okay.
And I have served for the last 3 years. Was hoping not to serve again, but since no one else ran for the position, I would serve for a year and hope that in the meantime, someone else would step forward.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
I move to appoint Pamela Smith as trustee of public funds for a term expiring March 3rd, 2026.
No, 20.
No, that's 24, right? It's just one serve that 1 year.
Yeah, you can only appoint me for 1 year because it's an elected position.
Change that from 2026 to 2024.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Pam, we'll have to roll call.
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Pam?
Abstain.
Roger?
Yes.
Mary?
Yes.
Marcia? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for serving. All right, now I'm going to suggest that we move things around simply because we've got now, and is there someone, is Mr. Oh, he's there. Okay. All right, so should we do that then? Yeah. Okay. So we've got 2 people who've been waiting to be heard. We've also got 2 executive sessions and then just some informational kinds of things. The 2 people who are waiting here are item number 11, the alcohol waiver request for Tracy Hall, and the Recreation Department job descriptions. Is there any interest or willingness to move items 11 and 13 to be next? So they would become, I guess, items 9 and 10.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Humane.
Okay, so the alcohol waiver request will become number 9, and number 10 will be the Recreation Department. All right, so do we have the petitioner here for the alcohol waiver request for Tracy Hall?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. My husband's waking up so he can come in too.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. We're both sick. He had a vaccine shot and I have a cold, so we're like ready to flip cylinders. So we sent in the letter because we reserved Tracy Hall for an event for our synagogue a celebration of the end of Shabbat and the bar mitzvah of our son, including a Havdalah service. And so we wanted to get a waiver so that we could have alcohol, which we need for Havdalah. And my husband, the rabbi, is coming over here.
Okay. While we're waiting for him, if he wants to say anything, does anyone on the board have any questions? Priscilla?
Yeah, that's very interesting information. That's a lot that you just told us. Thank you, which is a lot more than in the note we have that was addressed to us. Because I have a question where the waiver says that the sponsoring organization, and the way it's written, it looks like just you two as a family. The sponsoring organization requesting the waiver is a nonprofit Norwich organization that provides a direct and measurable benefit to Norwich. And I mean, if you were doing it in the name of your synagogue, that would be somehow would fit better to me than just as parents of, maybe you, I think I'm saying I wish you'd rewritten your request. Not, I have no problem with it, but the way it's read, it doesn't seem to fit this. And anybody else have that problem?
Well, if they stated the truth and it doesn't fit the alcohol waiver policy, then that's fine. It's just that we wouldn't be able to approve it.
Yeah.
Right.
Read it again. The waiver says, and thank you for including them. The sponsoring organization, the following conditions, that the sponsoring organization requesting the waiver is a nonprofit Norwich organization that provides a direct and measurable benefit to Norwich.
Mary?
I think it's odd because I know other family events have happened here that are memorial service or.
But did they ask for alcohol? This is asking for a liquor license.
No.
That's the difference. That's the difference.
That's the difference.
Right.
So no other. I mean, I feel like a pill doing this, but it doesn't seem to fit what we've got.
So
It's awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think we just need to know if there's a direct and measurable benefit to Norwich, which would be the standard. Hello, Rabbi. How are you?
Hello. Yeah. I wish we had filled it out with the organization originally. I think because we're both Norwich residents, I put our name on it. I figured because we're the residents, and didn't think to put down the nonprofit organization, but it is open to the organization, anyone in the community, to be a part of it.
But is it a Norwich organization? Nonprofit?
It's a good question. The address is in Hanover, and the zip code is in Hanover. I would say the only thing to say about Norwich is that I would say more than half of our community are Norwich, who do live in Norwich. So there are community members who live here, and that's kind of the connection, I guess.
But, yes, Pam.
So just clarification, are these provisions, you have to meet all of them, or I'm not clear as to whether every single provision applies. It's kind of like that thing we did with the grievance the other day. We had to meet all three of the conditions.
Of the V.S.A.
Right.
Yeah. It says
So I'm wondering, do they have to meet all of these conditions or just some of them? I'm not clear.
Well, from the language, it sounds like all of them must be subject to the following conditions.
Okay.
Brennan, do you have something to add?
No, that's how I would read that too.
Okay.
It's like it's all.
So I'm happy to get a motion on the table and then continue the discussion if you would like to take a motion.
Go ahead and take a motion.
Okay, so I move to grant a waiver of the provisions of the Norwich Alcohol Ordinance to permit the Upper Valley Jewish community to hold celebration at Tracy Hall.
Is there a second? Failing a second,
Oh, no, I'm just feeling so conflicted about this.
Well, I think we've got a policy, and I think that the way it stands, you're welcome to rent Tracy Hall, I think, but it's the alcohol is the problem.
Can I offer something? When I asked for clarification from both the town clerk and the assistant town manager, I was told to send a letter with the information about that I had a licensed bartender who had insurance in Norwich. And so that's what we did. Then we received an email, I think 2 days ago, from Miranda saying there was a problem because it of the need in the law for it to be a nonprofit organization. And Mark wrote back to her explaining that this is a synagogue event. Our synagogue is located in Hanover, but it serves the Norwich community. And it's understood to do that. I mean, there are Norwich residents who do attend the next closest synagogue in Woodstock, but I would say the overwhelming majority of Jewish residents attend our synagogue. And part of why we wanted to be able to have alcohol is that one of the things we do at the end of Shabbat is a Havdalah ceremony, which requires a glass of wine.
So if I may, the motion is for the Upper Valley Jewish community. It sounds like the Upper Valley Jewish, is that the name of the congregation, the Upper Valley Jewish community?
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like the Upper Valley Jewish community is holding a celebration. They clarified that it is both a celebration of one of their congregants and also Shabbat and the end of Shabbat. And so that passes muster for me, which is why I made the motion.
I'm gonna second it. And I'm thinking almost it's not really technically true, but Norwich chapter of Upper Valley Jewish community, because how else could you participate, I mean, I think it's exclusionary. I don't know.
Well, they've explained that Norwich residents will be at the celebration because they go to this, they go to the Upper Valley Jewish community.
Well,
sorry, I think it's both the Upper Valley Jewish community and also the community as the entity. So I'm sorry, that's why I'm stumbling over that. Sorry.
I think this is another example of a problem with our policies, but it's policy. I don't know who was first. Pam?
Well, because this request is signed by the rabbi, I would say he's applying on behalf of the Upper Valley Jewish community.
Yep.
And so with a broad interpretation of the request, I think I would have seconded it here if I hadn't.
Okay. Priscilla?
Maybe the timing doesn't work out, but it would be it would be a lot more specific if the letter were rewritten to us and said the things that, like what Roger was proposing in his motion.
But the 45 days doesn't work out.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
I'm just worried because it's pretty specific, a nonprofit Norwich organization. And so, I mean, I'm not, I understand this and I feel badly. My own children had things here, but we didn't have alcohol. And I think that basically we either have a policy we follow or we change the policy. So.
But I think you're defining, I think you're making a choice about how to define the policy in this moment. I think I'm saying that it's a Norwich organization because the congregation has Norwich residents. And so that is how I'm defining this, because I don't necessarily think an organization in Hanover is not a Norwich organization if people in Norwich are there. I think we're applying the policy to the particular case. If this were a congregation in Norwich, it would be fine. That's a little.
But that's the policy somebody wrote in 2017.
I think I'm just saying, I think it's your the way you're choosing to interpret.
I think there
What Norwich
probably
means.
are
It
nonprofit.
doesn't say
Norwich-
physically located in Norwich, it just says it's Norwich organization.
Well, I think there probably are nonprofit Norwich organizations. So, on that basis, we have a motion, we have a second, call question.
Did you keep the motion?
Sure, it was in the packet, so I just moved to grant a waiver of the provisions of the Norwich alcohol ordinance to permit the Upper Valley Jewish
Yeah,
community
but you changed,
to hold a celebration in Tracy Hall. And I was just, what you were talking about as part of my explanation of our motion.
You know, I think before we get into a second, or we already have.
It was seconded by Mary already, I was just.
I think this really is a great example of sloppy drafting that produces bad results.
In the policy itself.
Right.
well, and this doesn't, the warrant,
Well, I'm not sure.
This doesn't match this.
They told the truth. I think you told the truth in your request, and that's what we're looking for. And sometimes matching the facts to the law doesn't come out right. And so we will just call the question. Yeah.
I will refer you back to the motions that passed earlier this evening without having bids in the packet that did not follow the policy, and those were voted on and passed. So I think we're in a similar situation here.
I
I see
disagree.
no
I think that we
difference.
had bids in our hand that met the criteria. And this doesn't meet the criteria. So
We had two bids on
disagree.
radios.
Yes, I think we
Call the
do,
question.
I think we do have to agree to disagree, because I'm saying that I
Right.
do believe it does meet the criteria.
Right, so we're gonna call the question. Priscilla,
with regret, no.
Pam,
Yes.
Roger,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Marcia, no. It passed, so you can have your event.
Happy Shabbat.
And
Thank you very much.
you have to meet all those other criteria as well, and we are going to review our policies.
Add it to the list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I feel better.
But, you know.
Well, they were sick, they said they were sick earlier.
It's sick. But, you know, it's also like, why is it that the motion thing is written differently from the packet stuff? Who edited that?
I didn't do these this time.
Okay, but I mean,
And I didn't, and they came out late, so.
but that's the second thing on the motion list is like, oh.
But I think, if I may,
Roger.
the motion that is suggested is the one direction that comes out of the packet materials. So that's why it's written in this way.
Not knowing these people, having just looked at their letter, I would not know to identify them with the Upper Valley Jewish community. That's all.
Okay.
Right. It's not very defensible. Okay, now we're going to go to the new number 10, which is the Recreation Department job descriptions. Bree, are you still with us?
I'm back, yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're over there.
Yeah, I just got back from coaching.
So I guess Bree is here tonight. Thank you, Bree, for being here
Yeah.
at 10 o'clock. There was discussion about the select board wanting to see the current job description for the recreation director and for the assistant recreation director, which have been supplied in the package. So I guess people have had a chance to review those. I don't know that there was, other than reviewing them, any action being taken here, but
Right.
that's why Bree's here at 10 o'clock.
And we appreciate it. All right, so I guess I'll just start and ask, the job description for you was the one that you were hired with because it was signed by her Derby.
Yeah, it was edited in 2018.
Okay. And how did you develop the job description for the assistant?
From my current job, so what I'm actually doing. So
Okay.
it is helping me exactly where I've seen that I need help.
Okay, and how do we develop job descriptions?
Well, we've developed them, I guess, kind of collaboratively with myself and Miranda for the most part. And in this case, Bree really developed hers in December, I think, when this was first approved, or maybe it was even before that.
So no, I've met with the rec directors of Hanover and of Woodstock to talk about exactly how their assistants operate and see how they match with what I need and what I do.
So if I had to,
Sorry.
So if I had to characterize it, yours is more administrative, and this one is more of the hands-on stuff, like doing things in the fields and all that sort of thing. And I presume that sort of stuff is the kind of thing that you had to have help from the DPW and other communities that I know have stepped in to help you in the past, but.
Oh, you mean like Hanover last year?
Right.
Yeah. Yes, last year I definitely was doing a lot more down in the fields myself, and a lot that was being done by the buildings and grounds person that is no longer there. Although there's a new one hired, he's still getting trained.
He was out
He
lined
lined
across
fields today,
fields
from what I
today.
heard.
saw him do it.
I have not been in town to see that yet, which is great. But really, when Herb hired me, I was asked to grow the department, and I did that. But it's becoming, like I said before, when I was presenting this position, having a larger department and having less and less staff is not sustainable. So.
Board members, hands first.
Just a clarification. So earlier we were talking about the assistant to the rec director being responsible for maintaining the field and doing all this stuff. And now that we've gone back to having a buildings and grounds person, your assistant would be coordinating to make sure that the buildings and grounds person does the work?
Yes, that was the original job description for this person.
Right.
When we did not have somebody, it was talking with Chris and seeing how I could help out with the DPW to make sure that the fields that I need to be prepared.
So now your assistant will be working with Chris.
We'll be coordinating with
to
Chris.
get these things
Yes.
done that you need done
That's
for your activities.
And formally, that was the buildings and grounds person who took on an extra role by helping me and meeting with me weekly.
So now we're going back to buildings and grounds, doing the actual work.
Doing the actual work and the coordination being done by us.
Okay, one last question. I see the title is Assistant Recreation Director, and I know the title in the FY24 budget is Administrative Assistant to the Recreation Director. And I'm just,
I did not, but that it was always
it was your intent that it be an Assistant
yes.
Director?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Mary's next. That's okay.
Well, I guess this is to Priscilla's point earlier, this is an example where there is no motion for packet materials. So what is the expectation from town staff of the board? Like what people want us to do?
I think.
This was requested by the board.
Right.
This was.
To what end? Like,
I'm not sure.
okay.
Just
So that's a question for all of y'all.
understanding what the roles are and you know what's going to be going on.
Mary?
We did start with me, so on that. And it just seemed as though it wasn't clear to me what the job description was. And I think there was a desperate need to line up someone who could do the work in the fields. And so to me, it just didn't seem as though the job description matched who was available to do the work.
You mentioned that before.
Yeah. So, for me, it's a clarification. I don't like that. Then, we have to be talking at 10 at night. I think that's terrible. But I appreciate the job description. Are you happy with the way it's set up? Like you designed it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with that.
Okay. So I'm clear on it. I apologize for you being here at 10. I hope it works out because it's great for Norwich. We do a lot for Norwich. It's recreation program is important. And there are deadlines, you have to get everything up and running, especially in the spring.
Yeah. This is our
Everything
busy
wakes
season,
up,
so.
you know, the grass wakes up and the kids wake up and you have to get it all scheduled, it's a lot of pressure.
And summer camps are already open.
Summer camps and it just rolls along, so I appreciate what you do and I appreciate the clarification.
Okay.
Roger?
So this is budgeted for July, so if this is not for July, then we have to take action.
It's for July.
Okay, and then there's no mention, I don't know if this is the final posting or draft, there's no mention, this is a temporary position. It's a 1-year appointment, right? That was something that
That's
the
what we
board,
had agreed, yeah.
that was what the board agreed to, and I think it was contingent on, I'm not saying this has to happen, but the discussion was that it would be revenue neutral and or revenue generating. And so if that's the case, then the job description should communicate that expectation to the candidate. That would just be my feedback, but job descriptions are not our prerogative, like we're not supposed to sit here and scrutinize this, but I'm just saying that like if the board made a funding decision based on these conditions, we need to communicate it to at least these folks and possibly the candidate.
Well,
But that's all.
at the best, you might say 1-year position contingent upon funding.
Yeah.
There, I mean, I can't remember who it was. I would agree with you, Marcia, that this isn't something that would go in a job description. It's something that should be explained to the candidate that at this point it's a 1-year funding. And the responsibility to make sure that it's revenue neutral falls upon the rec director, not the assistant rec director. And, hopefully that will be the case.
Yeah. A question for Wraight, as far as revenue producing program, is it even among all seasons or is there like a bigger season where more comes in or?
So more comes in usually right around March as soon as they're in summer camps. And then if I'm going to open after school, which is what I have to do to make this a revenue neutral position, then at the end of summer camps, it'll be plus there.
So there's a chance hiring that we can get this person in July 1st when it can be funded. And there's sort of like this timeline of trying to make it revenue neutral, right?
Not really, because
Not
you
really?
open, no, by the end of July, all of the after school programs have to be open.
Okay.
Yeah, you always book it after school way before school starts.
Just one more thing. I will say, I don't necessarily think it is in the best interest of the position of this department to have the conditions on it, right? Have it be revenue neutral, have it be, the department showing growth, evidence of growth in order to justify it. But that being said, like I heard you when you said that you grew the department, like I have never seen any statistical or data-driven information about growth of department. I don't know what growth of department or market study would look like for rec. And so I don't require that as a board member or see that as needed. But when we say things like grow the department, I've never seen any data-driven evidence of what growth looks like. That being said, I don't actually need it. But when we say, if we want to make decisions based on growth, then I don't know what that means. That's all. That's all.
Well, I'd say at the time when we do budgeting.
Yeah,
you can
that's all.
Give us good information.
Well, it should probably be 6 months in, and so it won't be a full year to show whether it pans out or not, but we can certainly see what trend we're on.
Okay, can we let her go to bed?
I would just comment as a, to the police, thank you, Brady, for all the great work you're doing for the town of Norwich.
Sure.
Much appreciated.
Parents to say.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, not just parents, also. I had somebody say to me that the Norwich, the rec program is the best thing going for living here, and he was referring to himself because his kid's kind of little still.
Sounds like great anecdote.
Okay,
Of course.
now, What we have left here is personnel issues and litigation issues, which are going to require executive sessions. And then after that, Brennan is going to do a just sort of update on the trail inspection insurance question that came up before, and an update on the Kids Bridge. And then I was just going to notice that we have got fire and police department reports, that's all. And then for discussion items, we had the financial policies document that I sent out this afternoon, which no one's ready to talk about. And at some point, we do have to get back to talking about outside resource, human resource assistance. And I don't think we're gonna get far on that tonight either. And then we're going to talk about future agenda items for next time. So my suggestion at this point would be that we go into executive session, let Ralph go to bed, and send him the meeting.
God bless.
Yeah. Does anyone have a thought about that?
That's fine with me.
Everyone agree?
So we, even if we have, we don't have to store here when we get out, so we have to go into one executive session, come out, officially come out, and then officially go back into executive session.
March back.
Correct.
Okay.
Marching. Stuart.
Stuart Richard, still announced. So before you go into executive session, and I'm thinking that you're probably, or hopefully you're going to be discussing the open meeting law. You don't need to tell me what you're going to be discussing. But I'd like to make a comment about the open meeting law and about the recent judgment that came through from the court. What the court said was, and I'm just going to use the word that was used by the court. What the court said was that the town has made a mockery of the open meeting law. And I'm just hoping that there are no additional expenditures by the town on appealing the judgment, that we call a halt to the wasting of money on something that should never have happened, in my opinion. I just believe that it never should have happened. I mean, there was a reluctance or an unwillingness on the part of the town to talk to Chris Kentucky. There was no willingness to do mediation, to avoid a lawsuit. And the only person that's benefited, as far as I can see, are the lawyers. It just, to me, it makes no sense whatsoever that this lawsuit should have happened, especially where it would have been so easy to simply have said, it would have been so easy just to issue agendas, to issue minutes, to conform to the open meeting law. Instead, there was a resistance, a reluctance on the part of the previous select board and the attorney, who's the only one who benefited, to engage and to conform to the open meeting law. So I just hope that you will call a halt to the needless spending of money. I mean, there are plenty of other ways to waste money, but this one is just beyond the pale, as far as I can tell. So thanks for hearing me out. You know, I've beaten this one to death along with some other ones, but I just, you know, I paid my 18 grand in taxes. I don't want to pay for this. This is just, it's not the way to go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night. Safe travels home.
I walk them.
No, be careful.
Yeah, I don't have any lighting, so I'll drive. I could have brought my bike with lights.
Oh, not in the
but
dark.
No, I got lights on my bike, but
All right.
you know, if you saw what happened to Buddy Stevens on his bike,
Yeah, no lights,
no lights,
no helmet.
no helmet.
All right, we need to get on to what is renumbered now, number 11, which is personnel matters. I need All right, so let me just double check.
And the third. You considered.
Yeah.
So is the motion, I think it's, isn't it 313, yeah, there you go.
So what we first have to do, it's actually.
Are we considering attorney-client advice?
First, we're doing the employment stuff.
Okay.
And so what we need is a motion under one V.S.A. 3131. A1A, right?
That's like on the motion sheet, item number 9, yeah.
And then we need, we're also doing one V.S.A. 313A3. Okay?
No.
All right. So first motion, could I have a motion? Maybe to find that premature general knowledge will clearly place the public body or a person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to one V.S.A. section 313, paren A, paren 1, paren A.
What's the A?
The A is contracts.
Oh, okay, that's nice and specific. So moved.
Okay, so Mary moved that. Do we have a second? Second by Priscilla, all in favor? Unanimous. Can we have a second motion to move into executive session pursuant to one V.S.A. section 313, paren A, paren 3, to consider
A1, this one.
A13, and that one is for the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, and to invite the interim town manager.
Did you get that, Ralph?
Well, I think so. It's, and I believe as soon as you vote on this.
It's not on the motion sheet. That's why.
It's on the agenda.
Yeah, it's on the
It's not
agenda.
written the same on the motion sheet.
No, it isn't. So I move to enter executive session pursuant to one V.S.A. section 313A3.
Here it is, okay.
To consider the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee.
So it's on the agenda under 9.
Plan, not including evaluation. So moved.
Mary moved. Do we have a second?
A second.
By Pam, all in favor? Unanimous. Time is 10:23. We're in executive session.
All right. You are unmuted and you are live.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to move into?
Recording in progress.
Thank you. We're back. Do I have a motion to move into public session?
So moved.
A second.
Mary and Roger, all in favor? Thank you. Unanimous. Time entered is 10:47 p.m. We are now at number, I think, I can't remember, 11, no, 12. The new number 12 is a litigation discussion. Executive session is going to be required for this. May I have a motion?
Read off the sheet here.
Yeah, the end of two.
Move to find that premature general knowledge clearly place the public body or person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to V.S.A. section 313.1. That's what it says. The other one says A1E. The second part.
I think it's E.
I mean, we're considering attorney-client advice, is that right?
Hold on. Right, I left the law near the place.
I have a Rolodex for these, should I get, start searching my files?
E. Rolodex.
Oh, yeah. A lot of motions for these things.
A1E. Where's the? Yeah, it's A1E.
A1E, do we need a more specific reference to what we're doing? To receive confidential attorney
to consider pending civil litigation.
But that's the next part.
Oh,
so the first part's on this. It's just very general. See,
yeah, I think we don't need this first one because, hold on, one is disadvantaged. No. Right, so, okay. Yes, so we wanted to do 313A1, do that one first. That's the one that you.
I just moved that.
You moved that one. That
Okay,
was
in that form.
and Roger.
Wait a minute, I don't know if it was seconded.
It was seconded by Roger.
Okay, so the motion again is to find the premature general public knowledge will clearly place the public body or person involved at a substantial disadvantage pursuant to V.S.A. 313A1.
Yes. Okay.
And
that's what it said.
Call question, all in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Another motion?
I move to enter executive session pursuant to V.S.A. section 313A1E to consider pending civil litigation and to invite the interim town manager and possibly town counsel. I don't think that's possible. Don't think we're following up.
Mary moved. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Priscilla. All in favor? Unanimous. We're in executive session at 10:50.
Recording stopped.
don't need to litigate it.
Recording in progress.
May I have a motion to enter public session? So moved. So moved by Mary. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Pam. All in favor? Unanimous. We're in public session at 11:33 p.m. Okay. The next thing on the agenda is number 13. Brennan, can you just speak to us about the trail inspection insurance issue?
I can. So I had a couple of conversations with the attorneys, with V.S.A passive. The V.S.A representative reviewed the management plan and our licensing agreement and felt that those were all in order and that the town really has no direct liability or affiliation with the trail that was built. They did suggest that we confirm that we are a named insured on the supervisory union's insurance, and I got a letter today, certificate today that this names us as a insured. So I think that's it. I don't think there's anything that we need to do as far as ensuring compliance of any sort. It's really what it is.
Does that relate to inspection? I know that Rogers brought that up.
Yeah, I think.
So we just have this, that's really the school district,
Yes,
right?
we
That's
have
what it
a,
seemed like from the agreement.
we have a definite separation in our agreement of who does what, and we don't. Trails.
Didn't have clarity in that.
So it looks to me like the only thing that we need to do is make sure that the land itself is maintained.
Outside of the trail, yes,
Right.
that's clearly stated in the agreement.
Right. So that to me seems to beg the question, who's doing it? Is it the Conservation Commission? Is it the?
Oh, the process?
Yeah.
The Trails Subcommittee,
Right. Who?
or is it the Trails Volunteers who are not part of this? Yeah.
So to me,
That is a good question, Marcia.
that's another case of commission that needs to be sort of talked about. So we need to get this under wraps. Okay, Brennan, number 14, I guess. Can you talk to us about the Kids Bridge update?
I can. So we actually spent a little bit of time trying to figure out if the Upper Valley Trails Alliance would be willing to step in and fill that project manager role. Determined earlier this week that while they'd like to be involved, they were not willing to step into that role specifically. So we did put out a request for letters of interest for someone who might want to come in and be that project manager. And we have, again, a bunch of folks going to be engaged, but not necessarily the lead. So the deadline was the 23rd of May to get letters back, which would be the day before our next select board meeting. Not that you guys necessarily need to review that, but we'll know, I guess, if anyone has submitted a letter with good qualifications.
Perfect. Okay, any concerns about that? Nope. Okay, good. Nothing to add about the reports that were submitted from the fire department and the police department. Discussion items, as I said, I handed out financial policies document that I put together that has the delineation of responsibilities. So I'll put that on the next agenda so that we can, if anybody has anything they want to talk about. But I sort of think that is basically just work that will inform our existing and future officials and employees so that we're laying the groundwork for smooth operations between and within departments and offices.
I had a question on that. Is this different from the other policies that the board has adopted? Because I didn't get the impression that you were bringing it to the board for adoption.
No, it's not a policy. It's basically the discussion between town manager, the treasurer, the finance office, who does what. And select board was sitting there too, and we were reviewing, 2 members, we were sitting there trying to just wrestle with when you look through this VLCT checklist about how things should happen, in the vagaries of statutory law, which don't cover all situations and don't cover towns that have treasurers and finance offices, who's doing what? And so it's meant to inform job descriptions. It's meant to clarify times when people say, who's supposed to do this? And basically, you know, everybody's got a role of responsibility, and then they are supposed to take it to the next level and work out the policies and procedures for their offices that are missing. And that, you know, is work that's going to be done in the town manager's office and each of those other offices. And there's a little bit of work that the select board has to do too. Okay. And then number 16 was the outside human resources assistance and scope. That's been tabled before. Basically, I think it's the next piece of the puzzle for employee retention. We need to discuss how it's going to intersect with the work that like Mary's doing, that she's leading for the personnel policies, and with the town manager's office to determine what assistance should look like, what they're going to need, the parameters that we want to set for its functioning. I mean, now that we have a person who has HR experience in the body of Miranda, and she's been doing that work. She's now got it sort of crystallized in her job description, and she may or may not need, and the town manager may or may not need, certain levels of HR assistance. And, you know, do we contract out with some organization so that we can use that when we need it, but we don't pay to have somebody, you know, doing that nonstop in town, because for the size that we are, we probably don't need that. So I think we just need to discuss with the town manager's office how that should look and where we should head with it.
Do you realize that we have a community member who has a master's in human relations?
I'm not surprised at all, but I think
Emily Myers has a master's in human relations from the University of Oklahoma. It's on her application. So we have local people who have skills.
Mary, I think that Emily Myers' connection is great. I also wonder whether the HR part of it would be, you need a wage study, you know, just to keep people, part of it's money, part of it's interpersonal relations, part of it's just, you know, feeling proud of your job, or maybe can you find a house and childcare and things like that. So I mean, there's sort of a lot of different aspects to it.
Well, when we had our discussion with Lily Tryman about what to pay her as the newly elected town clerk, our advice is we promised her that we were going to be looking at all these town salaries, you know, at some point, you know. Let's say where the file that
was
we
the
go.
only
You know?
reason that I agreed to putting her at grade 16 instead of 21.
I think everybody has agreed that we need to do that. And this kind of discussion should help us find that path, right? So we have a lot of work to do. For sure. Okay, for next time, we're going to talk about collective bargaining update, I think, that was requested. An RFQ draft from Roger on the town manager search, an update on the interim town manager position.
What does that mean exactly? You mean like we were gonna,
Me through-
some lawyer was out of town, so we probably could wait till next time?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Cannabis retail, I know that was brought up. We're being asked for more definitive sort of response. So I have drafted a memo, which I had Brennan review because he has some experience from Rutland, right? Sort of roughly.
Yeah, well, other towns have gotten further along than we. So.
Yeah. And so he didn't see anything drastically wrong with it, and basically, I'll send it to you sooner rather than later. And then I think we have to start reviewing committees and boards just to see about, what we've got for empty seats, which ones are defunct. Do we need new ones like the green procurement committee? I got a message from Andy Shearer about, we used to have somebody who, I guess it was Claudette, just used to be like a liaison to the solid waste committee. Do we want liaisons for different committees? So I really think it's time, and every time we're talking about something, somehow or other, questions come up about what a committee's doing or, something. And so I think because we're all supposed to be doing work that fits together, we need to really look at that.
On the topic of open positions, I noticed that the tree warden was on the list. We appointed Matt Hall, or the previous select board appointed him on February 8th.
Yeah.
I think his assumption was that that was for a year going to March of 24. Because I reached out to him and said, are you applying again? And he said, what do you mean? I've already been appointed as the tree warden.
Not have been updated yet.
We have to tell the state too, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
So if the intention was to appoint him until March of 24, that needs to be conveyed to him and apparently to the state.
Yeah, well, we talked about the state notification.
Miranda does it, she does it.
But it showed up on the list again, and so I reached out to Matt and said, are you applying again? I had forgotten when he was appointed, so I went back to the minutes. It was February 8th. So I think his assumption was that it was for at least a year.
Yeah, for a year, yeah. Well, I think I've talked to Brennan and Miranda about sitting down and going through the list and just making sure that it's right. And then I'm kind of imagining that when it is right, we get a poster made of it and we put it up here so that when there's questions.
Over people's names and so forth, yeah, that's a nice idea. It's like a roster.
Yeah, and it also tells people, it's a visual, here are things that you can do with it.
That's right. Sounds good.
Okay, I would take a motion to adjourn.
Oh, so moved.
I'll second.
Moved by Mary and seconded by who? Pam. And we, all in favor? Unanimous, we are adjourned at 11:45.
Just like last time. I told